Good afternoon, everybody. Look who we have got right in the beginning of our show. We've got Salumba. Good afternoon and welcome to our sunset drive this afternoon. And what a way to start with the Queen of Jumo walking here just at the back of Gowrie Dam. And she is heading straight towards the Twin Dams Road. But yes, what a fantastic way to start. Can't believe it. As we came out of camp, we bumped in her, busy scent marking and everything. But yes, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome. My name is Cedric Dahl, and behind the camera, we've got Odie. And thanks for joining us on our sunset safari this afternoon. All right, we're gonna try and follow up. As you can see, we are live, we are interactive. So please, if anybody's got questions and suggestions for this afternoon, go to our social media page, hashtag WildEarth, or just go onto our website, wildearth.tv, go onto our channel page, and make sure you do register with us. Of course, all the kids under the age of 18 years old, please pop us an email at kidsquestions@wildearth.tv. All right, she's going to settle down for us. Thank you, Salumba. What a good girl. Just thought about it. There's a whole herd of elephants coming down to Gowrie Dam as well. Cat Lover, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us on our sunset safari. Yes, definitely, what a way to start on this World Endangered Species Day today. And definitely, Salumba has made it really special for this afternoon. Of course, showing herself and coming down towards just this open clearing just southeast of Gowrie Dam. I see a whole herd of elephants as well that's just jumped in towards the dam itself, but you'll find that Liam will be joining us as well. He'll be on dam cam just for the first couple of hours before he'll be get going on Wendy. And then, of course, there in Pridelands, we do have got Chris and BK. They're also going to be joining us on this wonderful afternoon. And thank you very much, Jax, there at Penguin Beach, for explaining all about the endangered things that happen around in the marine life at Penguin Beach. It is always fascinating to hear those different stories and how conservation does work. And of course, for us here in the Greater Kruger Park, it is definitely a very special reserve, this. And without these kind of reserves around, lots and lots of different species will not be around anymore, or they would be further down on the endangered list. But while we sit here with the Salumba, let's see what the weather is like around here today.
Welcome to Pride Lands, and we're starting off also with a bang. And I'm just trying to catch up with this herd of elephants. We just saw them in the distance. They were quite mildly mannered, and they were looking at, they just suddenly start moving. Murphy's Law as we go live. Okay, but I'm sure we'll position and find them. My name is Chris, and with me today on camera operations is again Mr. BK. And let's see if we can catch up with these Ellies. I think they are en route to Leopard Dam. We can see some of them moving there. See if we can get ahead of them. Let's go on to a different gear setup here. They're moving very quickly.
this morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
Was this morning. It's actually quite hot this afternoon. And one cow, that big cow with the tusks there, we're not too happy when we initially found them. So this is one of those herds where you want to just keep a distance. They should be very close to Leopard Dam now. Right, we're going to give them time to. We're going to give them time to get to Leopard Dam. In the meantime, let's go over to Liam and see what he is up to.
So good afternoon and welcome to the Dam Cam. My name is Liam Burrow. I'm the naturalist behind the microphone and the mouse. Never did I believe my afternoon stint at the Dam Cam would have begun in such an exciting way. We've had a big breeding herd of elephants just finish up drinking at the water's edge, and to my disbelief, even a sighting of Salumba. My word, it is going to be a good afternoon out there, I reckon. Yeah, it all seems to be happening around Juma this afternoon. Alex, elephants went from near threatened about 2 years ago to unfortunately being upgraded by the IUCN red list to endangered. So their population sits at about 350 odd thousand in Africa, perhaps a few more, perhaps a few less. But with great pressure from a rapidly increasing human population, pressure from agriculture, pressure from poaching, another bad one, our elephants are still in trouble. So they are an endangered species. Now, 350,000 might sound like a lot, but imagine them spread over the entire continent of Africa, and think about the fact that only 100 years ago, they were probably closer to 1 million. So that's a huge decline.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taking back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down, and Endangered is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Juma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
So I think we're going to head over to Cedric now, who I believe still has eyes on my absolute favorite female leopard, Queen Salumba.
Yes, we're still sitting with Salumba. She's slowly moving to open clear. I think I need to move a bit before she goes into the drainage line. Oops, I think unfortunately she just got up again because it's not such a warm day today. It is quite cool, nice and breezy. So I think she just took a little bit of a break, a little bit of a rest, and now she's moving again towards Twin Dams Road. Just her. I think she left her cubs. I'm sure she left her cubs further. What's that log there? Towards Torchwood side, but we never know. But it looks like she has been moving quite a bit today. You can see she is panting quite a bit, and I think she's on the prowl to maybe catch something. Maybe she's just hold on here. Maybe she's lucky with catching something this side. Okay, I just want to quickly get into the right gear. Huh? All right, what a start! And with all those elephants down at Gowrie Dam and at Chris at Pridelands, what a fantastic start for this afternoon sunset drive. As you can see, she is. But now what's fascinating, we pretty much in the last 3 drives, we've seen 3 of Tundi's cubs. So we've seen Salumba, Kashava, and Mareeps this morning, which is fantastic. It just shows you how well Tundi has done to spread her genes throughout this reserve. And of course, she's even got a cub, Tamba, in the western sector. So yes, she has done her duty. She has done her job, and to spread her genes throughout the reserve. All right, let's go continue. I love. Oh, I think there's something that's calling, and it sounds like an impala. There was an alarm calling in here. Something was. But yes, today we will definitely talk a little bit about endangered species around here in Africa and in our reserve. That tail that she's flicking. Let's see. She's going to stop just to see what that little dove is going to do. I'm sure that dove is going to realize, whoop, I need to move out the way. There you go. The Queen of Juma's coming.
In that tree are 2 carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Well, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. Look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
See, the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Let's see if I can get around. Let's see if we can get a nice walk by. Jackson, yes, got the mountain leopard. It's known the Cape Mountain leopard, which there is research on it. So I'm just going to try and get past you, Jackson. I will answer your question now. I honestly just want to try and get in front of her and try and take a wide berth around her so she can come past this vehicle. But yes, Jackson, of course, and where Byron and them are around that area, the Betty's Bay, Cape area. There is, of course, the mountain leopard that is situated there, and a lot of research is happening over and about that leopard, which is quite endangered at this point in time. Here we go. But I'm not too sure on the numbers. I don't think those numbers is very accurate at this point in time. But there is people that is looking into that. I know Byron said there is certain mountain leopard research organizations that actually is keeping tabs on just on the population, making sure that there is still a bit of a population that happens around there. Unfortunately, there is not many prey species that's large enough for those leopards to grow to the sizes of our leopards in this area. The mountain leopard is smaller, so they do feed on smaller things like the dussies, even your little klipspringers. I think it's a duiker, that's also that side. So there's nothing substantial like the impalas that we do have here, which of course is pretty much about 85% of the prey that the predator or the leopard will feed on. All right, let's try and turn around here. Thanks, Jackson, for the question, and thank you for joining us on our sunset safari. I'm trying to see if I can get around the side. So she's still walking straight down Twin Dams Road. Hopefully, you never know. Maybe she's taking us back to her cubs. Maybe she has caught something, because she walked past some of impalas on Quarantine Open, but they spotted her from a mile away. So she wasn't really interested there. But it doesn't look like she's too kind of looking for like something to catch. She's more on a mission on getting to her area, getting to a place maybe where she left her cubs. So, but we'll quickly find out. And it looks like her tummy is quite full as well. She has eaten. It looks like her tummy is a little bit round. So it looks like she has eaten. Oh, I love it when they do that typical Tundi tail. It's like that scorpion. Well, Tundi used to do that as well. She used to always lift her tail up and curl it like over the back. It's always a beautiful picture of a leopard. All right, let's continue. But yes, definitely our conservation efforts in these areas in Africa, entire Africa, is very, very important and very good. And yeah, I'll take my hats off for them.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this last mad dash. Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
But yes, as I was saying about our conservation, I think a lot of great organizations out here in Africa really protecting our endangered species throughout Africa. I think it's always a good thing to support some of those organizations. because we do not want to lose any of our species around here because of a lot of human pressure, and that is always a very, very important topic. But yeah, let's head over to Liam on Dam Cam and see what he has got.
So fantastic. Our elephants here on Dam Cam suddenly finished up drinking, made their way along the shore, and they'd caught the scent of something, which I wonder if that wasn't the Salumba female, because they all sort of stood and sniffed for a second and then very rapidly moved into thicker vegetation. We do know that they have a phenomenal sense of smell, and so got themselves and their youngsters out of there. Now, elephants do not like predators at all. Very soon we're going to, I think, be seeing the last of these ellies for now, but what an action-packed start to World Endangered Species Day and my afternoon here on the Dam Cam. Not what I was expecting at all. Marvelous. Oh, wonderful to kick off our afternoon with a little bit of leopard action from Cedric and Owen as well. It is turning into a brilliant World Endangered Species Day. Linda, so the possibilities, I guess, are virtually endless. We could have all sorts of things coming down for a drink. For example, the elephant, and the first endangered species of our afternoon. We may well get an endangered bird or two, you never know. Frogs are another interesting one. There are almost certainly, or is almost certainly, a very healthy population of frogs around the Dam Cam. We may hear them, but almost definitely won't see them being so small. Frogs on our planet are in a whole lot of trouble. So of the few thousand frog species that occur on our planet, something like 2/3 of them are threatened with extinction. A horrible chytrid fungus, or chytrid fungus rather, has absolutely ravaged frog populations around the globe, pushing many species right off the edge. Oh, wonderful bit of elephant screaming there.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
So while I continue to scan around the Dam Cam, see what other endangered life I can pick out of the vegetation for us, let's head over to Cedric with a slightly more relaxed Salumba female.
Well, as you can see, Salumba has decided to now just settle a little bit now here under one of the bush willows on the road. Just in the shade. I think she has been moving quite a bit. And as you can see, she is panting quite heftily. And tummy is a little bit round, so I'm sure maybe she had something to eat as well. And a little bit hot, so she is just panting to cool off. Of course, as you know, Salumba, she's just, this female leopard is just under 5 years old. She was born around about 2017. She was born November 2017. And of course, mother is Tandi and the father is Tingana. Tingana and Tandi, unfortunately, they are no more. Tingana has disappeared and Tandi has passed away not too long ago. Yes, leopard lover, definitely. Always love this queen. I agree with you. Thank you for joining us on our sunset safari. It is always wonderful having you here. But yes, as you know, she's pretty much, she is with a second litter of cubs. Her first litter of cubs did disappear. Her first litter of cubs was early mid-March. And unfortunately, they did not make it. But now she's got a second litter, and they were born around about October, September last year. She's got a male and a female cub. So those cubs are coming on to close to 8 months old. But now where she's hidden them, we don't know. She has got certain areas where this female leopard hides her cubs in the Molawati or towards Torchwood area, but she is definitely a specialist at hiding her cubs, because every time she really fools us on where she's left her youngsters. But I think she is a busy mom, back and forth all over the show. I mean, yesterday afternoon we had a tracks going into Torchwood with the 2 cubs, so that's a little bit further east from where we are now. And now this afternoon we find her all the way west here towards the Wuyatila access, close to our camp's entrance, coming all the way back this side again. So, mother leopards are quite busy. She is seeing something. I don't know what she's hearing. She's seeing or hearing something. I'm not too sure. You can see all of a sudden those ears are pointed directly into the bush. And she's really focused on something. I can't see. Well, they've got fantastic sense of hearing, smell, and eyesight. I thought she was hearing something. I know she's going to go into this drainage line, which is going to be a little bit tricky, yeah? Where are you off to, girl? What did you hear? I'm going to double check where she's going to go, madam. We're not going to lose her. Okay, let's try and reposition, or try and get in somewhere, yeah? Where do we go in? I think we can go in there. Not in there. I think it's ahead of that side, huh? Belgium Watcher is on Twin Dams Road. She's on Twin Dams Road. Sorry, we're just trying to see if we can get in here. Yeah, this is going to be now tricky. Maybe we can try and get in here. All right, let's see if we can get in here somewhere. Somehow and some way. I know she's heading straight towards that. Wait, you know where we are now? You know, there's, I think, that other road, that side, yeah. Sorry, guys, we are just trying to... Odie and myself are quickly trying to make sure that we don't lose her. While we're going to try and relocate on Salumba, let's head over to Chris in Pridelands and see what's happening on his walk. Let's see, try and get in here.
I just want to take the time. We're not going to look at any creature now, but it is World Endangered Species Day. So we've been taught in guiding, always use props and use what you got. Okay, I've written a few things on the ground here. BK is going to have to come behind me, otherwise the letters are going to be upside down. All right. The term endangered, threatened, all these things are used very loosely, all right, for everything that's under threat or rare. But let me show you the structure that the IUCN uses. So it's a tiered structure. It starts with the L, least concern. That are animals that are abundant, they're widespread, where they occur, they're in good numbers, even outside conservation areas. That would be something like our turtle dove, impala, steenbok. There's no threat to them at the moment that the numbers, and even if there's a decline locally in certain places as a species, we are not worried. That is least concern. Then, if an animal starts declining furthermore, it might be a slightly rare animal that naturally doesn't occur in big numbers. Either you start getting into the near threatened sort of domain. So these two collectively is where we really want the animals to be. Then we're happy. You know, while they're still there, there's no need for management or concern. Or, you know. Then if they then decline further or habitat destruction, whatever their cause would be, they become vulnerable. That means usually they go on to the red list then. So from here onwards, it's red list species. There's a problem. There's a reason that the number is declining. Habitat, people encroaching, illegal harvesting. There's so many things that can cause it. That's more or less, so that's more or less where leopards lie as a species. All right. Then you start getting endangered. This is now when we should really, really start worrying. Okay, there's a big problem. That's where rhinos would be. But white rhino, both black rhino, even though they are absent in 95% of their former range, in places like South Africa, there's a healthy population, so therefore they're not critically endangered. But we need to make a plan. We need to build the numbers up. That's where rhinos would be, our Southern African rhinos. You start going into critically endangered. These are animals with very low numbers, or animals that are in specific localized conditions. These are things like Ethiopian wolves, tigers, those type of things. The numbers are critically low. Next step, near and extinct and extinct. Not everybody agrees on the near extinct and critically endangered, that they should be separate, but that is what the IUCN uses. They've got a different word for that now. And then obviously, eventually you'll get to the big E, extinct, gone forever. Just to give an idea of how animals are classed according to the IUCN.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. There they are. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Shazadi says they'll make their own list at home with the kids. Please do. And even where you live, even if you're not from South Africa, go back to your, and I always tell people when they're on safari, go back to your your country and go back to your hometown and make time to spend in nature. You might not have elephants and things around, but you'll be surprised at what life still exists, and try and see if you cannot perhaps get involved somewhere, even if it's just with awareness. Right. We need people to know that there are animals that are in low numbers. On the flip side, there are animals that are overpopulated as well. That can happen. I mean, we've done it with rats in our cities. We've created the perfect habitat for them, so they are exploding in numbers. Right, so Liam's got an animal there with him. Let's find out if that animal is in fact endangered.
So the animal I'm currently with is most certainly not an endangered species, but I've had him jumping up and down on one of our satellite dishes so loudly that I couldn't resist actually coming in and having a look at what the noise was. It is the tree squirrel. So, as I say, not an endangered species, quite successful throughout our environment, in fact. But a nice little resident that you don't often get to view so nicely. They're quite shy, and they definitely don't seem to trust us when we're on the vehicles or moving around. And that's one of the cool things about the damn cam. Oh, he's going back. There he is. A real close-up view there. So squirrels can be quite useful to us in pursuit of higher profile sightings, things like leopard and lion. Squirrels often have quite a good perspective being high up in trees, and they let out a very distinctive little alarm call. If they spot anything, look, they sometimes give us the wrong information. They call just as often for snakes and eagles and that sort of thing as they do for predators. But yeah, they can be a little sidekick when it comes to tracking predators. So sometimes worth it to give a listen to the squirrel.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Samantha, I'm not extremely sure what exact species live in Gowrie Dam at the moment. I haven't really had the opportunity to do any frogging yet in the northern Sabi Sands. But South Africa is home to a number of really exquisite frogs. Now, there are a number of endangered tree frog species. However, I think most of those occur in places like KwaZulu-Natal. We've got great frog diversity in terms of more common species, locally common. However, I wonder if many of our frogs are not only common, because we are in protected areas. Frogs are highly sensitive to pollution, having such a sensitive and porous skin. They soak up so much of their environment through that porous skin, that if there's any toxins in the water, any man-made stuff, chemicals from industrial activity, anything like that, the frogs tend to disappear very quickly. So while I continue to watch our ellies and listen to the squirrels partying on our satellite dish, let's head over to Cedric to see if he's been able to relocate on Salumba.
Yes, welcome back. I'm just now trying to see if we still can relocate on Salumba at the moment. She definitely gave us a slip, but we did find that there was kudus in the drainage line there, or just outside, just next to the drainage line. I think she did spot those kudus. So she went straight into the thickets, and she definitely snuck off and left us standing there. But I'm going to go back again. Just maybe she did pop out again. Sometimes it's what they do. They'll go in, investigate the situation, and then turn around and come back onto the road. So I'm just going to keep a close eye on her, or on this area, and hopefully we can just relocate on Salumba. She was lying exactly at this tree, and then she went straight in for that area, and that is exactly where those kudu are. I think we're just going to slowly move along, and I think what we'll do, I reckon you're right, maybe do the drainage line here and try the Molawati. So we're going to head towards, there's a nice big jackalberry there, jackalberry tree that side, and we're going to just go along the drainage line. I don't think, maybe she won't come back out and rather stick to that drainage line. I think let's just take a look. But yes, what a fantastic start for the afternoon. It is really great. There's a lot of elephants as well.
Find a way into the kill to eat, get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, this is insane. This is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Nkuhuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
Yes, leopard lover, good afternoon. Definitely a Salumba slip, but it is very thick here. There is a lot of, and talking about endangered species, when it comes to trees, there's a lot of tambuti trees here, jackalberry trees as well, which we do not drive over. They are a protected tree species that we have in this area due to the fact of them being very slow growing. And yes, and a lot of people, especially the jackalberry trees, they'll cut them down for wood, for ornaments, things like that, furniture. And it takes a great amount of years, long for a big jackalberry tree to grow to a decent size. And also the tambutis as well. It's not a very common tree that you find all over. There is tambuti thickets that we do have, and we try not to drive over those trees. So yes, it is definitely a protected species that we do have around in this area. As you can see, we are moving past a few of them. Yeah, and as well leadwood as well. So it just shows you these kind of drainage lines, these on the banks and that, you've got to really be very careful on which tree species that you do drive over. Because you've got, even as I said, the leadwood now as well. The leadwood is also one of the slowest growing out of all the trees here. And yes, you do not want to damage any of those trees. I'm sorry. Of course, there's a bush willow that's in front of us. Watch out there, Odie. So we're just going to go into the Molawati, just going to go along the drainage line. Maybe she's ducked into that drainage line and head further that side. If we're not lucky with her there, we'll just continue. Maybe we can search for something else for the time being and give her her time. All right, let's just see where we have to go here. I'm going to turn this side. Right, well, we continue here towards the Molawati in search of Salumba. Let's head back to Pridelands with Chris to see if he's got some endangered tree species.
Right, so here at Pridelands I've not yet found endangered trees. There are a few that are rare, but not necessarily endangered, nor threatened, nor near threatened. They're just rare. Now, sometimes you get creatures that are just naturally rare. They live like a serval. They never occur in big numbers. Very habitat specific. You know, but they're not in any danger of becoming extinct. So they're not vulnerable even. They're just possibly near threatened, but that's still a good level. Probably just an animal. I mean, servals have big territories, so you're not going to see 20 serval on a place like Pridelands. There may be one or two, but it doesn't mean they're in any danger. Elephants, or rather the African bush elephant, the one that we see here, is listed as endangered, although there's been suggestions to lift the southern African population to a better status, which would be vulnerable. Because we've overprotected elephants. Countries like South Africa, the greater Kruger, even Mozambican numbers are on the rise. Then northern Botswana, Angola, Zambia, that whole what we call the Caprivi cluster is probably a good 300,000 or 400,000 elephants. So there they are. They should probably list that as near threatened perhaps, but as a species, it is an endangered species.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
So Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Good day, Eyes on Spots. Eyes on Spots wants to know, there's a category for species that are overpopulated in a specific area. Right, with the IUCN, which is obviously the most accepted or popular body we use for listing, it would be the same as any animal that the species will have a ranking, but there's no specific category for that. Locally, we might refer to it as being overpopulated. Some claim that the elephants in the greater Kruger is overpopulated. Big debate amongst naturalists alike, scientists, whether that is the case. I'm not going to give an opinion on that, just to be impartial. But no specific category as with the listing in terms of how rare and endangered an animal is. Talking about elephants, let's head over to see if Liam still has his endangered elephants.
So we don't have our elephants anymore, unfortunately. I think they've finished up in the area, and they've slowly but surely started to make their way off further into the east. But I am soaking up a bit of a nice scene here with the local hippo bull. Now, hippos might not be an endangered species. I'm going to apologize for all the noise in the background. It is a squirrel chewing on a light fixture. Now that is a damn cam problem. But anyway, the IUCN Red List estimates that there are somewhere between about 120 and 130,000 hippos in the wild. While they are not endangered, it is felt that they could face some concern a little bit further down the road. Now, the vast majority of that, roughly 130,000 individuals, that's a population that remains mostly within protected areas. Where hippos live outside of protected areas, there are almost always conflicts with man. Yeah, unfortunately, with these large grass-eating herbivores, spending much of the night wandering around up on land, they inevitably will bump into people walking around, perhaps a person coming down to collect some water in a very rural area, to bathe, to wash clothes, and conflicts can be brutal. All sorts of interesting behavior from this bull. I've seen him flicking dung and doing roly-polies in the water, going onto his back. Amazing what they get up to when we're not watching or not there in person. He's got a couple of new scars on his muzzle, on the top of his snout. I wonder if this guy hasn't been in a fight quite recently. Quite possible. Oh, another big scratch down his right flank. Oh, here we go with the dung again. That's very cool. Very cool hippo behavior indeed. So that's a declaration of ownership of territory. He's flicking that dung so that he can get it spread out as far as possible. Probably also trying to get a bit of the scent on his own body. And yeah, legend has it he's also showing the gods that he hasn't been eating the fish. And this is an African fable. So separating his dung so that the gods can check it to make sure he hasn't been stealing fish, because the fish were promised to the crocodile first. Apparently an agreement a hippo made with the gods when it was created. Camila, a great question. It can be a little bit difficult in the water. Bulls are usually significantly larger, wider, more elongated heads. Bulls also develop the large curved fighting tusks that we're so familiar sort of seeing in photographs of hippos. The genitalia is all sort of tucked away internally, so it can be very, very tough if a hippo is not on land to actually get a good look at its undercarriage. I've found in a lot of my experience, hippo females tend to have quite dark faces as well. Bulls tend to have more of that pink tissue around their eyes. Cows seem to be a little on the darker side. Let's have a look at what that little squirrel is up to, I think. My goodness, he is hard at work. Dark mane lover? No. So the species of squirrel that you get in the United States of America, I believe, are red squirrels in some areas and grey squirrels. And South Africa does have a population of grey squirrels, but they were introduced by explorers to the Cape area a couple of 100 years ago. So the only squirrels that we've got are indigenous here in the Sabi Sands. So thankfully this little guy is not chewing on the dam cam light. He's actually crunching away at what looks like the seed of a marula tree. Munch, munch, munch. Each of these little seeds looks a bit like an alien face. It's got two little holes, each of which holds a very, very rich nut, full of protein, full of lots of good oils, actually even quite palatable to people. As a kid, I spent many, many hours smashing open marula nuts.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be, with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
My goodness, those little teeth are working hard. Now, the teeth of rodents never stop growing. So they need to be consistently worn down. He's certainly doing a good job of that today. Alrighty, well, I enjoy a little bit more of squirrel activity here on Juma's Dam Cam. Let's check in with Cedric, who's apparently down at a waterhole himself.
Yes, welcome back. I'm just here at one of the wallows now at the moment on Nyala South. We did lose Salumba just west of us. I think she was coming through the Molawati, heading into this direction. But I'm just always taking a look around these wallows. Sometimes you get very, very fascinating things around here. I'm actually just trying to take a look. And many times you'll find if animals will come to drink, you'll find nice little spurs on the side of this wallow, on the mud itself. and just to see if how recent it is. But these wildlife are slowly but surely, they are losing a bit of water. We did have good rain over the last 2 weeks. So, of course, it has kind of increased quite in volume. But at the moment now, you can see slowly but surely the level is starting to drop. As well, we're just talking about species and protected species. Just coming to the side here, as I was talking about a beautiful leadwood tree. Now, of course, the leadwood tree is a very, very hard wood. It's one of our hardest woods that we do have around here in the Greater Kruger Park. Very, very good for, of course, making fires. The wood does last for quite some time. One of my friends many years ago, when we were still junior rangers, we actually decided to see how long does a leadwood piece of wood burn for. And what he did, I don't know why he did it, but he took a piece of leadwood branch and he went to go and light it, like make a little fire off the branch. And I don't know why, but he went to go and put it in his bathtub. And he thought that was going to be the best place, because just in case of any rain or anything, he's got it in the bathtub, and he was going to see how long that piece was going to burn for. But he kept it there for, unfortunately, overnight, which was not a good idea. And of course, the smoke filled the whole room up, yeah, he kind of smoked himself out of there. But the whole idea is that that piece of wood that it did have, we put it outside afterwards the next morning, and that thing was burning at least for a good a day and a half, 2 days. So it just shows you how heavy this wood is. You know, he did get in trouble for it. But yes, on top of that, that leadwood, now with leadwood itself, the ash itself, you can actually make a nice toothpaste from it. You just take the ash, put a little bit of water to it, create a little bit of a paste, and you can make a lovely, lovely toothpaste out of it, because there's a lot of calcium inside of it. But the whole idea of not driving over these trees is that because it's such a hard wood, even when they're very small, they can still get snapped. Brandon, yes, good afternoon. Yeah, no, look, it was crazy. I think, you know, when we used to all start off as guides and all that, we always try to test certain things out, and yeah, testing the leadwood and see how long it burns for was not really the right idea to do it inside of the room. But anyway, yeah, long story. But yeah, it is a very heavy wood. So if you do drive over this, you do snap it very easily. And once you snap it, of course, it doesn't coppice as easy as other tree species around here, and it'll be dead. We also call it a 1,000-year tree. So a 1,000-year tree means, of course, what happens, it takes 1,000 years for this tree to grow to a proper huge size leadwood. And once it grows to a big size in that 1,000 years, it'll die. And then once it dies, it'll stand upright, like a lot of these dead trees that you see still standing upright. It'll stand up for another 1,000 years, and then it'll fall over, and it'll take another 1,000 years to decompose. So this is a 1,000-year tree. Leadwood.
I'm not going to come too close, because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Well, you can see it pretty much. I'm sitting here with a huge pile of dung, of course, elephant dung, and I've just gone through it. This is definitely a male, because it's just by the size of this dung pile. Why I say elephant, there's a lot of different things in here. There's a lot of twigs, roots, branches, leaves, a lot of different kinds of vegetation type in here. And what I've found here as well is we've definitely got a green thorn, known as a torchwood tree seed that's actually inside of this elephant dung. So this time of the year, a lot of the green thorn trees are busy bearing the fruits. And just like the marula fruit or the marula trees, where the elephants will pick up all these little seeds off the ground and they'll chew on them and eat them. Not all of them they don't go through the elephant's stomach and get digested completely. Most of them actually kind of come out here still in the full form of a seed. And then, of course, they get deposited around. But the elephant as well will shake those green thorn trees, exactly what they do with the marula tree. They'll actually shake them to actually let all the seeds fall down and actually feed on the seeds itself. And while I'm sitting here as well, is just I was trying to look, there is a dung beetle called the large copper dung beetle. So the large copper dung beetle is one of your dung beetle species that is also protected in these areas. The reason for that is, unfortunately, you'll find a lot of those dung beetles will actually bury themselves inside of the dung piles. And a lot of them will be situated on the road, and you'll find, especially in the Kruger Park, a lot of vehicles will drive over those dung piles, and they'll actually kind of kill or squash those dung beetles or the larva that's situated inside of the dung ball. And of course, that's one of the dung beetles that's really protected around the areas. That's why you always find a lot of people saying, please do not drive over dung piles that's situated on the roads due to that reason. While we're talking about dung beetles and talking about a whole lot of dung, let's head over to Chris in Pridelands to see if he's got any dung beetles that he can show you.
At the moment, not a lot of dung beetles around. Remember, we had that plum dung beetle the other day, but yeah, it's sort of almost. There is something else, much larger than a dung beetle, and that's those elephants earlier. They already gone to drink from the looks of it, so we missed them at the waterhole. I mentioned the dove earlier. So you've got an endangered species elephants, and behind us the dove calling, which is least concern. It's plenty of them. You find them from here right to Cape Town in good numbers, even in the cities. So that will be an animal that would be least concern, whereas elephants, endangered. Quite a number of comments coming through from our viewers, and we're just acknowledging that. Thank you for sending your comments. We appreciate it. But anyway, a lot of the viewers are saying how special it is to spend quality time with elephants. And those of you who've been following me for some time knows that that is one of my favorite activities to do on a game drive. So we had to come back to the vehicle because we actually encountered these guys on foot, and as you know, I'm not a big fan of viewing breeding herds on foot unless it's, unless like at the waterhole and you're on the other side. But out in the bush, it's something that I'm not too keen on.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
And that's also why it's such a lovely area to walk. I mean, there's plenty open spots here with good visibility. It's a slightly more open bushveld than you have down at Djuma. And none of the two is better than the other. I'm just merely reflecting what I observe. I love both areas. They're both very dear to me. Okay. Mrs. Dyers's grade class. Oh, what a long name. How much water do elephants drink? Adults needs about minimum average of 90 liters and daily. But big bulls can drink 100, 120, 150 liters, if not more. But this will also be depending on where they are, where they live. I mean, we know elephants even found in deserts. So we are a little bit blocked here by the trees. You can see them moving off in the distance there. And that's where we will leave them. I'm not going to go bash over trees just to get close to them, as we will see elephants again. Yeah, I need to find a way out of this place. Let's go over to Liam now, who's got an animal that's kind of like an elephant, but also not really.
So good luck, Chris. I'm sure he will be out of his sticky wicket in no time at all. Very, very cool encounters with elephants on foot. I've just been sat with the Hippo bull here at Djuma Dam, or rather Gowrie Dam, for the last couple of minutes. He seems to have gone quite relaxed, so we will probably leave him for a little, I think. He did a bit of yawning, and I've been hearing the calls of squirrels. Yep, there's our squirrel friend back on the light again. But I've been hearing alarm calls for squirrels in the area. I wonder if the Salumba female is not somewhere about. I know Cedric and Owen lost visual of her. Potentially she's still somewhere in the area. Yeah, stranger things have happened on Dam Cam. She may pop out into the open again. I also haven't seen much activity in terms of our pair of brown-headed parrots nesting in the dead knobthorn tree. But that doesn't mean they're not there. Maya tree squirrels absolutely build nests, so much like the parrots, they will also use hollows and little crevices in tree trunks, into which they'll drag nice dry material, sometimes stuffing from cushions, animal fur, that sort of thing, anything nice and insulating. And then inside that nest, the female squirrel will give birth to probably somewhere between 2 and 5 little youngsters. They are born very, very typically for rodents, blind and totally helpless. That's what we call an altricial birth. And And yeah, her and the male squirrel will return multiple times a day, keeping them warm, keeping them clean. She'll provide them with all the milk they need. And then as they become a little bit more mobile, they start to leave the nest. Yeah, I wonder if these two that are making all of the noise on dam cam this afternoon are not breeding nearby as well.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
A very serene scene around the dam cam this afternoon. A bit of peace has fallen. So while I continue to enjoy a bit of this peace, unless the squirrels crash the party once more, let's head over to Cedric, who I believe is bumbling a little bit further away.
Yes, welcome this side. I'm on Central at the moment. Still, I did hear Liam saying that they did have some squirrels alarm calling still towards this drainage line area, maybe towards Gurry Dam. So just quickly on Central, heading back in a westerly direction towards Gurry Dam, and what I'll do, just shoot back onto Twin Dams. Maybe she has popped out again, but I'm not going to go and bashing too much. If we're a little bit unlucky with her, what we'll do, as I said, I'm going to try and make our way to Chitwa, and at Chitwa we will see if we can locate or relocate on Mareeps from this morning. I think that'll be a good thing if everybody gets to see Mareeps again here on our Sunset Drive. Oh, there's a whole lot of elephants in front of us. Let's see if we can maybe get past here. Or they're going to come down. I just want to see what they're going to do. Sorry, I'm just going to look what these elephants want to do, because there's a very narrow pathway down here, and I don't want to be caught in this narrow pathway. Yeah, I'm going to be caught in this narrow pathway. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to, sorry about this, folks. I just want to rather play safe here. The sun is in our eyes at the moment. The elephants are coming down this road. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I don't want to go up and all of a sudden they are coming down and we kind of bump into each other, and there is no escape for either or one of us, especially that it is a breeding herd. I've had it before like that many years ago on Arethusa, where it was called Second Windmill, and Second Windmill is one of the windmills there on Arethusa, and I was coming up an embankment just like this, but it was a blind rise, and as I came onto the blind rise, there was a big male elephant in must that was coming from the opposite direction, and of course he was coming straight towards us, so I had to reverse down this like heavy embankment and go up through the drainage line in reverse and go up another embankment in reverse with this male elephant that was like in momentum, of course, coming down with momentum. And yeah, no, it was a little bit hair-raising, but I had to kind of get myself out of that situation. So definitely I learned about that on going into these little narrow gaps when there is elephants around. It looks like they have moved off now to the north. Okay. Always play safe. I always believe, play safe. I don't want to be endangered myself. So yeah. Well, I don't want to be extinct. That won't be a good idea. My parents won't be too happy. And Odie as well, I'm sure. Yeah, I see there is one on top. All right, don't worry. I know that you don't want to come down here. Just taking a look.
Look at that. There's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy. We just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osano with the monitor lizard.
Osano, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osano at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Djuma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
Right, so we just came through that little dip, giraffe crossing. And yes, we've got a young male. Of course, he's getting to that age. Looked like maybe about 15, 16-year-old male. Slowly getting to that age where, of course, testosterone's high. He's becoming all grumpy. And that's when they start becoming also a little bit aggressive with the youngsters. And you'll find that these females in these breeding herds and the matriarch will not tolerate this male's behavior. And they'll start saying, listen, buddy, you'll have to start venturing out by yourself and doing your own thing. See, look how he's bothering that one now. See, typical. Getting to that age. Very, very peaceful. They're easy to kind of work out on what they want to do and how they feel. They do show their emotions compared to a lot of other animals. I think elephants are the ones that really express themselves most. And if they're having a bad day, they will very quickly tell you their day is not happening and do not approach. Or if they're having a good day, they will just continue eating and going about their daily routine. But at least this herd has settled down, except that young male. Stephen, good afternoon. Is there any sanctuaries in South Africa to help them? Stephen, look, the biggest places is, of course, your big reserves. I mean, honestly, the Kruger Park, Addo Elephant Park. There is a lot of reserves in South Africa where they do take in elephants, and especially, unfortunately, if you've got problem elephants, it does become a bit of an issue. Because then it takes a little bit of time to really kind of get them to settle down in that area itself, that specific area. But other than that, no, they don't. Like if it's orphans, I know sometimes you'll find certain places, I know outside Hazyview, there's a little town outside that side, they would take little orphans and that, but it's not really kind of seen upon as a good thing in a way, because actually it's a very difficult subject to kind of explain on orphaned elephants, because you don't really get too many of them in this side, because the females or the males, they don't really get poached too often here in the greater Kruger Park. due to, of course, our fantastic anti-poachers are quite widespread around these areas, so we don't get too many of these orphaned elephants that come through. But our sanctuaries, they'll just mostly go to other reserves and where they need to settle more. So then wherever the Marmot family has been poached. But I mean, I think our elephant population, if I'm not mistaken, there are about 350,000 elephants in Africa. So the population is still good, but it is declining. It is put on endangered list. And I think I'm sure there's still probably still a bit of a market. And also the human pressure is still a big concern for these big animals. But yeah, talking about anti-poaching, I mean, I was fortunate. I had a bit of a calling throughout my career, and I also did an anti-poaching for several months at one of the anti-poaching places here close to the Kruger Park side, and not just for the rhinos, but for all species. And it is amazing how much they do contribute to our wildlife. It is unbelievable, and a lot of them is privately sponsored and through organizations and that. And I think I really take my hat off for them, because when I did that anti-poaching, it was quite intense, quite hair-raising, and it takes a special person to really sorry, a bit of a rumble here by one of the elephants next to the vehicle. And it takes a special person to do that. So yeah, I did it for several months, but no, I think it is quite a hair-raising job, that. Even the things that I've seen as well with the snaring and all that. And a lot of those anti-poachers, they'll walk through these reserves and they will pick up and remove tons and tons of snares in these areas. And it is a good thing, so certain things that will not get snagged in those snares.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
Yeah, I think there's lots of elephants in this drainage line, loads. I don't think if Salumba, she wouldn't come across here. If she saw those elephants and heard them, I think what she would have done, she would have just turned around and gone back onto Twin Dams Road. And I think that's what she might have done. So anyway, well, we're going to head over Gurry Dam Wall. Let's head back to Liam to see what's happening with him on the dam cam and see if he's got any other alarm calls. Yeah.
So, cheers, Cedric. There he goes. I don't have any other alarm calls. But hopefully Salumba is not too far. And maybe as things cool down, as we move into the early evening, she feels confident enough to show herself and maybe even those two beautiful cubs. I just heard a bit of a comment that Cedric made there, that he has a lot of respect for the people whose job it is to protect these animals, and I could not agree more. Our conservation group here in the Sabi Sands, our team of highly skilled and very, very hard-working men and women from behind the scenes that take a lot of the risks to keep our reserves safe, deserve every commendation. It's not an easy job. They work in unbelievably tough conditions. It's not a job that is extremely financially rewarding at all. They work unbelievable hours. They have to take incredible risks, not only out in the environment, while they're actually working, walking around often in dark conditions, in very thick bush. But even when they cross out of the reserves, they often come under fire because of their connection with the protection of wildlife. So hats off in a huge way to the men and women that make all of this possible, that keep the animals that we love so much safe every single day. So wildflower, I think it varies from country to country, to be honest. I think across the globe we're facing a bit of a crisis with our bees. Some have said it's down to a fungus that is spreading quite contagiously through bee populations. A lot of other people reckon it's to do with pesticides. So chemicals sprayed onto our vegetables, our fruit, our crops, in order to keep pests away, but which actually have the undesirable effect of harming our bees. The bees are probably our most useful pollinating insect, and it's thought that life on Earth altogether would cease to exist in about a generation if we were to lose the bees. I've also heard it said that they are our most valuable beings, the most valued living things on this Earth. And we should do our very best to show them that they are valued by trying our very best in agricultural areas to use safer alternatives, bee-friendly pesticides, if there is such a thing, or to avoid the use of pesticides wherever possible. Yeah, honey has been harvested in the Sabi Sands and in Africa for thousands of years by the people that inhabited and continue to inhabit the wilderness areas out here. A risky business, but with a sweet reward. As I say, quite sustainably harvested, though. That was just for consumption. So while I continue to scan around here at the dam cam, let's head over to Chris, who's still on his bushwalk. Let's see how that elephant encounter panned out.
Well, we decided to head north into one of these blocks. Very pretty area, lovely bushveld here. Sort of almost reminds me of parts of the Timbawati where I used to operate a lot. And I mean, it's not that far from here, which makes sense. Same type of bush. Anyway, I want to just come back to something we had yesterday. Remember we had that trick lion dung question with all those hairs and stuff in it? And one of the answers that we had there was hyena dung, which was incorrect. So now I just want to come back when I found hyena dung finally. Let's just take a look at hyena dung. So this is the typical dried hyena dung. And here you can now see how much different this is. So you don't have that sharp tip that you have with normal predators. It's these little almost like, you're gonna laugh, but it's almost like a croissant. Anyway, but look at this. It's almost like plaster of Paris. So look at all that calcium. Look at that. That's all digested bone. And that's, if you break this, again, we do not touch this with our hands. Best is to just step on it. Ooh. Look at that. Powdered. Look at that. It's all powdered. Look at that. It's all calcium. Digested bone. They eat a lot of bone. So therefore the dung is nearly always laced with quite a lot of this white powdery substance. And then you can see those little rings. Like I said, almost like a croissant. So that would be a spotted hyena. Brown hyena's dung is very similar. Also quite a lot of white in it. One can also argue it sort of resembles a few marshmallows that are squished together. I mean, look at that. Not going to ruin people's appetites here.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taken back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down, and named June is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Juma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
So iucn rating for hyena, spotted hyena, would be least concern. And that's for now. Remember, this can change in 5 years. It doesn't mean that if an animal's got a conservation status with the iucn and it's now in a good status, a census, you know, the research next year might show that we are actually wrong and there's less than we thought. You know, that changes. I mean, leopard, for instance, up to about 2002, was still just listed as near threatened, which is still part of the least concern. And after that, they changed them to a higher level, vulnerable. They moved them up the ladder a bit into a more concerned status. But like I mentioned, spotted hyena currently will be least concern. We do not have to worry about them going extinct. It doesn't mean that they don't need protection. They're still a protected species. Well, let's see if Liam is going to become extinct soon or not.
No, I'm not becoming extinct, thanks. But I'm still around. I'm slowly making my way towards Gowrie Main. I'm at Twin Dams. There's I left that area of Salumba. I'm not going to continue following up that side. I think I'm planning to head towards Chitwa area and to see if we can get in there with Salumba. I mean, not Salumba, with Mareeps and find all Mareeps there. So I'm just hoping. I'm sure there was enough meat left on that kill this morning for him to remain there for the day, as it was a flimsy tree that the kill was up in, and it looked very difficult to kind of maneuver around there and to eat properly and to eat quickly enough. But yeah, let's head slowly that side. Okay, well, this coming on to Garimania from Twin Dams. Of course, there is a fly that is bothering me, and this fly does not want to leave me alone. Shoo fly, don't bother me. All right. Going through the Molawati, hopefully we don't lose any signal. Zero's all flies safe from being endangered. Zero, well, definitely the one that's bothering me now will be endangered very soon if it continues flying around my ear. And yes, I will make sure that one will be endangered. But I'm sure there are flies, and I haven't heard of any flies that's not endangered. I know that the the red-headed fly, there's a red-headed fly that it is a very uncommon fly that we do get. What is this thing? Sorry, I just hear a little bit of alarm calling here from Franklin's. Maybe. I think they're just teasing me. But yes, I think that there's a red-headed fly. And I think I'm just take a look at that again. A red-headed fly is a very uncommon fly. I don't know how endangered it is, but it's not common to this area. But now and again, if you do see it, and they are flies that actually land on elephant dung, and they're a little bit larger compared to the smaller dung flies, and so yeah, you have to really look carefully at these flies. Beautiful, black with these red heads, and they are quite a stunning looking fly. But other than that, yeah, I'm not too sure of any endangered flies around here. This is the only one that will be endangered if there will be that fly that flies around my head. But what a beautiful afternoon. It actually started off quite windy and quite, I'm going to say grayish this afternoon, but I see that a lot of the clouds have disappeared. I know that we are getting a huge cold front coming through. Tomorrow, a lot of rain, a lot of thunderstorms. So, but yeah, while we continue towards Chitwa side, let's head back to Liam to see how beautiful the afternoon is looking on Damcam.
So a beautiful afternoon at the dam indeed. It is lovely and peaceful with the exception of our gate crashing squirrels. Our hippo getting up to a little bit of antics in the water by the looks of things. I've just heard him flicking dung. And I think I saw him very briefly rolling over there. We will keep a little bit of an eye on him to see what he gets up to. Now, once again, today is World Endangered Species Day. So it's up to us to draw a bit of attention to the plight of many species on our beautiful green and blue planet. Now, something to keep in mind, there are 8.7 million species, roughly, on our planet. That lists absolutely everything, from fungus to fish to frogs to mammals to birds, reptiles, and, of course, all of the plants. So 8.7 million species, roughly. It's then quite sad to realize that a total of about 41,500 of those species face extinction. Those species are endangered, and now that has actually risen. Now that's actually risen by about 120 in the last year. So it is certainly an ongoing problem. Yeah, we have to do everything we can, from the oceans to to our savannas, to our agricultural areas, our waterways, to try and reduce our impact on our environment. Yeah, the biodiversity of Earth depends on us. I certainly don't want to be a part of the generation that has to explain to the next generation why we allowed things like the rhino, the elephant, etc., to disappear from the face of the earth forever.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side, terror etched on the expression of little Hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby Hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the third time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamuri male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Kamea, I'm actually not 100% sure, though I would think it would probably be something like the corn cricket. When I was a kid in the Lowveld area, that was widely known as an insect that was being heavily poached, mostly for insect collections. So people were harvesting from an already dwindling population to be taking those crickets, something similar to the weta that you find in New Zealand, big gigantic thing. This is a little smaller though, a ground cricket. And yeah, these endangered crickets were being shipped all over the world to people who collect rare insects for sort of personal collections, private displays. You know, how sad that people's priorities are like that. But thanks for your question, a great one. We were chatting a little bit earlier about endangered frogs, and I'm sure this Gowrie Dam is a phenomenal habitat for frogs. Two of the most critically endangered species of frog in our country actually occur in the Cape, not too far from Penguin Beach. So to my knowledge, we don't have any critically endangered species here. But one of those frogs that lives down in the Cape is the micro frog, a tiny little amphibian, only 18 millimeters long. It's a little minuscule thing. And that frog's entire distribution, the entire area that it lives in, is now down to 10 square kilometers. It is only found in one area, which is within the grounds of a private racetrack, Kenilworth racetrack. So should something happen there, should that area be maybe mismanaged, something like that, we could face the extinction of that little tiny frog because its population is so localized. So while I continue to scan over here at the dam cam and perhaps to try and figure out how to chase this squirrel away, let's check in with Chris to see if he's got any frogs near his dam.
No frogs where I am. I'm very far from the water. But I've got something else. Come take a look. Time for some CSI again. Right. This is going to test how well have you followed my explanations. What do you think have defecated here? I did explain the species a while back without having the dung, so we didn't have a segment on the dung. But there's a key factor here, which you cannot confuse with any other animal or any other animal's feces. This is the only animal who does this. And I'll get back to that. Let's see. Let's see if somebody can guess this one. So if we look at some of the hints and or clues rather, the actual intact piece of dung, very thick, almost as thick as that of a lion. Yet this creature is much smaller. Shreya. Is it a civet? Well done. Yes, I thought you'd get it, because I did mention a while back when we had that millipede that civets do consume millipedes. Remember, millipedes contain cyanide. Civets are resistant to the amounts found in there, and they actively feed on millipedes, especially in summer when lots of millipedes are around. Yeah, civets are omnivorous, mongoose-like creatures, and we can see the evidence here. Okay, obviously lots of millipede rings, exoskeletons of millipedes. There's something that it ate with fine hair. It could have been a mouse. Lots of seeds in here. Look at that. Can't tell you what seed it is. That I don't know, but that will be from some fruit. Lots of seeds in here. Look there. There. A whole bunch. Here's sort of hair. So that probably would have been a mouse. No. Here's a smaller piece of dung. That actually can be a jackal. I think that's actually from a jackal. I don't think that's from a civet.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy who just came around the corner. That is incredible. That's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Remember this one. Please remember it. It will feature in our next quiz day. I have not set a date yet for our next quiz day. But we will let you know when and in good time so you can prepare. Well, let's go over to Cedric now. He's got two little babies enjoying this last little bit of sun.
We are at Chitwa Dam with these two baby crocodilias just enjoying the afternoon sun. And yes, there will be a radio that's now and again that's going to be in the background. Unfortunately, we are in a lineup for Mareeps. So it sounds like Mareeps is still at the same location as this morning. and so we are in a lineup for that, so we're on a standby. But while we're on standby, we are going to just enjoy Chitwood Dam and all the life and all the activity that happens around this Amazingzing Dam that we always come around to. And I think these two little crocs are so precious. I really do hope they do well, and definitely spending some good time around these water weeds. I think because they are so small, they are kind of targeted by many predators. You can imagine birds of prey. I think even your herons will target these baby crocodiles. Monitors as well, or Nile monitors. So things like that. So they're going to use these water weeds as cover. I'm definitely just enjoying this late afternoon sun. And I think as well, you'll see a couple of the jacanas, African jacanas as well, just really walking on top of this water weeds, picking off all the little insects that's around there with those long toes. Ricardo, good afternoon. Will the mother crocodile protect the baby crocodile? You'll see many times, especially when the hatchlings are very young, they'll actually spend time. Actually, the mother will carry them sometimes even in the mouth, and she would just disperse them in a little safe area. And yes, I can imagine sometimes if those ones are, if somebody or something has to come close to the young little hatchlings, it was typical. I'm sure that mother crocodile or the female crocodile will be quite aggressive to whatever is coming into that area. But on top of that, crocodiles are quite aggressive and quite dangerous. So with hatchlings or no hatchlings, I think it is still a very, very dangerous animal to approach, or even getting into a water where you see baby crocodiles and you don't see any other crocodiles. Then you will think twice about it, and you'll know that there must be an adult croc very close by if these little hatchlings are here. And I don't think it'll be a good idea then to come there. That's why it's just a very protective for them being on this fallen log that's pretty much in the middle of the water. It's also difficult for certain animals to get to them, and they're well protected there.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. There. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Just definitely enjoying the scenery at Chitwood Dam. Not much wind that's blowing at this point in time. I know earlier on it was, but it has settled down quite a bit. A lot of little bird species have come through. A lot of songs happening in the background. Two little jacanas. There's feeding around there on top of that water hyacinth. While we're enjoying the noises around here at Chitwood Dam, let's head over to Liam to listen to his songs at Gowrie Dam.
So speaking of birds, and for anybody who watches the dam cam quite regularly, you will know exactly who these two lovely characters are. These are our nesting brown-headed parrots, our only indigenous parrot species here in the Sabi Sands. A locally common resident, so these guys are not in too much trouble. They are under a little bit of pressure outside of the protection of these reserves by people who, at this time of the year, when the parrots are raising families and have chicks in their nests, people will actually climb up the trees and hack away at the hole with an axe and actually take the chicks out, attempting to try and sell them into the pet trade, which is really quite sad. Their close cousin in South Africa, the Cape parrot, is a really, really endangered species. So while these guys are not in too much trouble, that Cape parrot is down to less than 400 individuals in the wild. We've actually just had the Cape Parrot Big Day, which occurs every May. People from across that parrot's distribution, because it occurs in a couple of forests along our east coast, and then even in a little pocket up here, close to Hoedspruit, close to Pridelands, in a forest up in the Drakensberg. So people, volunteers, unpaid, will actually go up into those locations and walk for hours and hours in an attempt to try and count as many of those parrots as they can. It's the only way to survey the population. And that's an initiative organized by the Cape Parrot Program. Yeah, the pet trade can be awfully destructive to wildlife, especially endangered species. In many cases with endangered frogs, endangered reptiles, some endangered birds, even endangered plants as well. We have problems with all of the above in South Africa. People will come from overseas and attempt to literally fill a suitcase full of those illegal kind of organisms, animals and plants, and then attempt to fly them back to wherever they've come from. It's a really, really terrible ordeal for those animals in particular. Many of them won't survive. Often being in the cargo hold of a plane, those spaces are not heated. It gets down to minus, I don't even know what, minus 20 degrees Celsius up there. There's also often not much oxygen. It's highly unlikely that many of those creatures will survive. If you are buying an exotic pet, something like a snake, a lizard, a bird, insist that your exotic pet is captive bred and wild caught animals. That does so much destruction to biodiversity. I love watching these two parrots. They're brilliant. They almost seem to be working in shifts. So one will pop out of the hole, which is on the opposite side of the tree, and very often the other one replaces it like clockwork. I wonder if they've got eggs, though there's no way really for us to tell without disturbing them, and we certainly are not going to do that.
If you are a WildEarth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the WildEarth Explorers page. Sign up to be a WildEarth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
WildEarth, it's in your nature.
Yeah, so both sexes of this parrot look very, very similar to each other. They're quite hard to distinguish. But we certainly have a pair here, a male and a female, and I believe they've nested here at the dam cam multiple times before. So while I continue to enjoy a bit of parrot action here on the south side of the dam cam, let's head over to Cedric, who's also in the sun. I'm at Chitwa Dam.
Civet Dam. As you can see, we've got a beautiful African fish eagle that's sitting on the banks here, just next to the water edge, and a whole lot of Egyptian geese has just come down to have a drink, and they just kind of like a wide berth around that fish eagle. But there is a blacksmith lapwing that is very unhappy. It was busy mocking that poor fish eagle. I think maybe it is very close to a nesting site of that lapwing, because it was almost doing, like almost bouncing off that fish eagle's head. But I don't know if he's caught something there, but it is such a stunning eagle. And talking about birds of prey, and your Bateleur and your tawny, apparently they're also under the endangered species list. You wouldn't think a Bateleur would be, and even a tawny, but the high concentration of them, of course, is around the reserves. If you ever go outside of the greater Kruger Park and going further in towards the villages and the towns and on the outskirts, you'll find that you hardly ever see a Bateleur or a tawny eagle. So it is really kind of congested into the reserves itself. And it's all due to, once again, human pressure, and of course a lot of the agriculture and the livestock farming that happens on the outskirts that is really drawn away from, of course, animals, wild animals being killed in a natural way. Sorry, Nadine, just go with Fiona's question there again. I was just listening to the radio for the standbys on the Mareeps. Fiona, good afternoon. Yes, is it common to find these fish eagles on the ground? Definitely. Many a time you'll find them on the sides, feeding on a fish. Sometimes you'll find that the fish might be a little bit too heavy to drag up into a tree, and then I'll just drag it to the side of the dam or river or pan, and then I'll start feeding on that fish itself. So yes, it does happen quite often. I've seen many a time African fish eagle on the ground, but it is always pretty just to see them situated there. Sometimes you'll find I've seen the African fish eagle actually go for things like heron's fish. So sometimes you find like a grey heron or even a purple heron catching a fish, and you'll find an African fish eagle stealing it from them. Also hammerkops. So those are the hammerkop birds, and while they're feeding on that fish, pretty much situated on the ground, and then of course that fish will just steal it from them, and then remaining on the ground, it'll just feed on that kiln.
Station is on standby for this Ingwe Cedric, eh?
I'm standing by.
Confirm, is it you behind Civ?
That's affirmative.
Cedric, well done. Okay, Cedric, you can make your way. I'm also pulling out.
Oh, fantastic. Copy that. I'm making my way. All right, we've just got a queue now that we are heading towards Mareeps. Standing by, go Pete. Chitwa Dam Wall.
Okay, that hour is fine.
Find a way into the kill to get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, 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 this is insane. And this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Nkuhuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
So, just been called in towards that Mareeps sighting, so we are heading directly to that sighting now, and let's see, and yeah, I'm hoping that we're going to get a nice visual of him, and it's all nice and relaxed. It'll be fantastic. Always looking forward to it. Yes, yes indeed. And the golden light is coming through, beautiful sunlight. I'm hoping that he moves into a nice little area. Okay, so we're about maybe I'll say about 3-4 minutes out from Mareeps, so it's going to take us about 4 minutes to get to that sighting. So yes, go make yourself a nice cup of coffee or grab yourself a nice gin and tonic for the sundowner, and be prepared to have a nice Mareeps sighting for this afternoon. As we've already had Salumba, so now it's Mareeps. Imagine getting Kashava as well this afternoon. We'll have almost the entire full house of Tandi's offspring. Just have to get Tamba coming this side, which won't happen, of course. Of course, it's such a nice, lovely area. I always love this area of Chitwa airstrip. It's always got a beautiful open clearings. And one of my favorite sightings was here in 2010 in the southern side. We had the Mapochos, Kinky Tail, and Mr. T had a big giraffe kill on the southern side of Chitwa airstrip, and I remember that was one of my first sightings here of the Mapochos in 2010. But yes, let's head to Chris in Pridelands to see how his sundowner is happening.
Right, we're just back at Leopard Dam now again, and not much happening other than the usual crowd, the geese and the plover, and elephants are gone. I suspect we might see some more elephants coming to drink. It's still a very, very hot afternoon. Now, we are expecting possible incoming weather in the next 2 days, and that could potentially explain why we suddenly have such hot afternoon weather. There's definitely an approaching system ahead. You can clearly see the alto-cumulus clouds coming in, an indication of changing weather. And yeah, we'll see what it's going to bring. Don't know how much it will rain or if it even will rain. So we'll enjoy this afternoon for what it is. Lovely sunny day.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, if It's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Well, I nearly became an extinct species once because I forgot my wife's birthday once. And I was very near extinct then. I was near extinct, put it that way. They would have listed me as near extinct. Don't forget your wife's birthdays, men. You'll become critically good. Right here, hold chuckles aside. Let's go over to Cedric, who's made his way to a sighting.
Yes, welcome back. As you can see, we are sitting with Mareeps. And yes, still at the same area that he was this morning. The boy is now really enjoying a little bit of a rest. I'm just looking at the tree as well. There's not much meat left on that kill. I just wonder what he's going to do now. Maybe he'll go up there for it, or maybe he's just going to reposition himself. Oh, now we've got like a leaf in front of his head. And he's, oh, let me just go a little bit forward here. It's going to go a bit forward, like 10 centimeters forward. Just want to see there. All right, there we go. All right, as he's just giving us his good side and then his bad side. So yes, Mareeps, thank you very much. Cindy D, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us on WildEarth. Yes, definitely best day ever. It is Tundi's offspring day today. Actually, it's Tundi's offspring day for the last 2 days, yesterday and today. I think Kishava yesterday, Salumba today, Mareeps today. So yes, it is fantastic. It is really heartwarming to see these youngsters growing up and starting to claim areas for themselves. But of course, Mareeps hasn't got an area for himself as of yet. He's still too young. Give and take another year and a half, and then he will start branching out and looking for a nice area, a nice void, a nice place that he knows that he can make it his own. But at this point in time, where he is now, he is in his father's territory, part of his father's territory, of course, and that is Molawati. And of course, Molawati is not going to tolerate Mareeps' presence, especially once the females like Langa and once Salumba goes into estrus again, Langa goes into estrus, and Langa is very close. It's almost time. And there's another female called Subuye. That is, of course, a female that's just got a territory just west of Langa's territory. That's Langa's mom. So there's a couple of females in this area that once they go into heat, and of course Mareeps is going to get to that age where, of course, he's going to say, hey, well, I also want to mate with these females. And his father Molawati will not accept it, and will push him out further. And that's when they will kind of really have more of a disagreement, and then he will tend to become very nomadic, and sometimes they can hit great distances. I know that, is it Hukumuri? Hukumuri came all the way from Crocodile Bridge, and he came all the way up to this side to claim this as his territory. So, I mean, Crocodile Bridge to here, I mean, a crow's fly is 80 k's, maybe 100? Yeah, see, from between 80 to 120 kilometers. That's how far Hukumuri actually moved to go and set up a territory for himself. So it just shows you males do venture very far from their father's territory and from their mother's territory to go and claim another area. So that's why I want to spend quality time with Mareeps, because you never know when that time is going to come, when he's going to move away. Birdwatcher, good afternoon. Does Mareeps know that Tundi is not around? Birdwatcher, look, I think, at the end of the day, I don't think he's missing that, I can say, mom presence. I think he's at that age where he's very much independent now, and he's doing his own hunting, so I don't really think he is missing, or if he knows anything about Tundi's passing. Maybe not. I'm not too sure. I can't really think on what he's thinking. But he's not, of course, they don't show that kind of, he's not showing any of those signs of mourning his mom's death. Definitely not. I mean, it's just built in the leopard's character, being very much a solitary cat. And once they get to that certain age and become independent, that solitary characteristic really sets in, and that's what they want. It's the same as, why won't you think that Kashaba would want to sit and stay around here with her half-brother, Mareeps? Just the reason of she's solitary. On top of that, of course, she's got a young female cub with her, where she does not want to put in any danger. But talking about that kill, there's not much left. I think when we were here this morning, I think Mareeps might have eaten a little bit off that rump, or that last bit of the kill. There's still some left inside on top of this bush willow. It's a really flimsy bush willow as well.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be, with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
Sophia, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yes, it is still the same kill as Kashava's from yesterday. It just shows you how far that young male impala has gone. So it's gone through Kashava and Kashava's cub from feeding off this kill yesterday morning and last night. And now, of course, Mareeps is continuing with that kill. So, but I think why it's taking so long for them to eat this entire kill, because this kill should have, I'm telling you now, this kill should have been done by now. But due to the fact of this kill being in such a flimsy and peculiar spot in this bush willow, I think it became quite a tricky situation for them to feed properly. And I think they spent too much energy by actually balancing off these small branches on the bush willow and actually feeding itself. So I think that's why, I think that's why they're still left. Anyway, while we sit here with Mareeps and see if anything else changes, let's head over to Mareeps. To Mareeps, to Liam, and see what's happening at Dam Camp.
So Cedric is certainly doing us proud with leopard sightings this afternoon. Fantastic. Yeah, what a beautiful view of of the legendary Mareeps after such a nice sighting of Salumba as well. I'm still based here on the dam cam with some wonderful views of hippo activity from our resident Loch Ness monster, this gigantic bull. I think he's just about to get his day started. We're seeing lots of funny behavior. He's been chewing on a stick and running around, flicking dung all over the place. So I reckon he's about to start stretching himself out and then get up onto land to do some grazing. Hopefully we catch that moment. But while we are busy with that, we also have some more thirsty drinkers, I think, slowly making their way down to the dam. They've been in the open clearing behind the dam cam for the last 10 or 15 minutes, I think. Oh, that's a nice surprise before we get to what I was talking about. A beautiful African fish eagle there in the top right corner. Fork-tailed drongos, those are those little birds a little bit closer to us, but a magnificent fish eagle checking out the last of the fishing prospects here on the dam before things get wrapped up today. The fish eagle, to any American viewers, resembles the American bald eagle quite similarly. It is similar in many, many ways, but I believe the fish eagle is a little bit bigger, and he has a black eye where the bald eagle's eye is yellow.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Hearing lots of branch breaking behind us, I think you can probably guess what has pitched up here at the dam cam. We have more elephants. All right, I think Cedric has got some action in his Mareeps sighting. I think let's head over and see what's happening there.
Yes, you just Hart, the hyena, just came in now and chased Mareeps. I think he's now snuck off. There's a termite mound on the other side of the road. He might be heading to that termite mound. So let's quickly shoot around there and see if he's going to go up that side. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, it looks like they're coming just to see if there's any scraps at the bottom of this tree. I just want to make sure that we can, because there is a termite mound here. I think he might go on this termite mound that's just on the side. Let's just take a look quickly. Let's double check, because it's always nice. Leopards always enjoy this kind of thing. It's going to be maybe a nice vantage point for him if he does get up here. I just want to double check if he's... Okay, he's still there. Okay, I'm just gonna stop here. I think we can get a quick view of him through that. So you're right there, Adi. So he has moved into the thick grass there now, and he's just looking at those hyenas that's just under the tree. I think think they just, but it looks, of course, it is hot. One of the hyenas is hot. And so they spent most of the day with him. I just want to see what he's doing now. I think he's just taking a look around. And and he's just watching these hyenas. I think he might, maybe he's not going to leave his kill there. Let's just double check on what he does here. Let's see if he maybe will head back to his kill. I think I'm just going to do reposition just to show the hyena that's up that side. I'm just going to go a little bit. Okay, well, the hyena's just moving a little bit that side. Right. So I'm trying to position here quickly. Sorry about this, everybody. I just want to quickly reposition and see what this boy is up to. But he wants to go back to the tree. He's just going further down the road. Sorry. Yeah, I think our heart is just in front of us, yeah? And his heart is just moving off. I just want to see where did Mareeps go? Right, we're just going to stop here. I'm not too sure where Mareeps went. I think, Yeah, you can see the two. There's another youngster that's walking with Heart. I'm not too sure who that is. I'm going to move for this other vehicle. Yeah. Come. Oh, here he is, yeah. Okay. Oh. Sorry. I think those hyenas were fantastic. So nice to see them, of course. I think those, Hart and Ribbon and June have been around here. I think Hart is back on the road again in front, but yeah, we're just going to stick with Mareeps and see what he does, yeah? But I see Hart and them all up and down, heading back and forth to the tree where that kill was. But it looks like there is nothing underneath the tree. I think they lost interest and it just looks like they've just moved off.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have.
Look at that.
If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
He's got such his mother's face. Absolutely. With that real black darkness under that eyes. You know, it's like, it's just the spots are very close together and it almost creates like a makeup, as you can see there now. Very much in the line of Karula, Tunny, Shadow. All got that typical dark shading. And his unfurnished ears, those fluffy ears of his. I guess I'm just gonna take my foot off the brake there. While we sit here with Mareeps and see if he's going to do anything here, let's head back to Chris in Pridelands. I think he's got some beautiful sunset this evening.
never gets old. No matter where we are. Even though the sun is sort of down already, still pretty. And we should appreciate this since there's strong indications of a cut-off low system that are moving in our direction from the central part of the country, and we know that does bring a lot of clouds, a lot of thunderstorms, a lot of rain. There is a strong possibility for some rain tomorrow, so we might not have a sunset, possibly not even a sunrise. We'll just monitor it, and obviously we'll see how it goes. Every bit of rain is always welcomed. At the moment, conditions are still good. It's actually a lovely afternoon, actually quite hot. This is now where you want that leopard to come and drink, just now. Lisa M. said this is just absolutely beautiful. Always, always, always. And I'm sure BK has lined you up with a lovely shot there.
If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the Wild Earth Explorers page. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
All Wild Earth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. Wild Earth Explorers, it's in your name.
An oriole shouting behind me here. Right, I'm going to start moving back to the car. Let's go over to Liam with old fluffy ear Mareeps. See what he's up to.
Our fluffy ear Mareeps, yes. And just behind the vehicle we've got Heart. It's just up and down. It's very difficult, unfortunately. Sorry, ID. As you can see, Heart is just moving here with Mareeps. Mareeps is just giving Heart the look, the stare. Looks like the death stare. Oh, Mareeps, you're such a character. Definitely hasn't got any sark and any scam with these hyenas around here at the moment. He's very content with them coming back and forth here at the kill site. Julie, good afternoon. Yes, he did lose his, he didn't lose a complete tip. I think maybe as I looked this morning, maybe about a centimeter. I might be wrong, maybe a centimeter and a half of tip. Apparently I saw as well with Induna, Induna was another leopard, was the second litter that Karula had, and he also lost a tip, exactly the same kind, almost looks like the same picture where it's like just a little tip that's showing with a bit of blood and all the fur has been taken off. So I'm not too sure how he lost his that tip on his tail, maybe due to hyenas. Sometimes that can happen where all of a sudden he might be lying in a branch, busy with a kill, and his long, thick, beautiful tail is hanging down, and the hyena decided to maybe just take a nip at the tail because it was hanging so low to the ground. So that could be possible. There's a few, maybe he got the tip taken off by when he had the encounter with Kushava this morning or last night when he stole the kill from her. So that's also a possibility. So, but there's nothing serious except the flies that's bothering him. But yes, Julie, I think he will be fine without that little bit of fluff at the end of his tip. Maybe he can take some of the fluff out of his ears and put it on the tip of his tail. How about that? Yes. No, but actually, then again, I love his fluffy ears. So yeah, no, I'd rather keep that fluff in his ears. Such a precious boy. Yes, you're getting so big. I think, as I said, I think he weighs around about maybe a good 50 kgs now. So he's between a female, a fully grown female and a fully grown male. I mean, once he's big, he's going to have a dewlap, big shoulders, thick head. He's going to be way more muscular than he is now. And he'll weigh up around about maybe close to 80, maybe even 85 kgs. That's how big males do get. Where females about 35 to 40 kgs, so twice the size of a female. So yeah, the boy is still young, he's still growing. Well, as we sit here with Mareeps and as he's getting up now, maybe we might head to the tree. Let's head over to Liam to see what's happening with his hippo at the dam.
So there certainly has been quite a bit of activity here around the dam camp. Our elephants are still slightly opposite to the dam, feeding around in the open area quite nicely. And as you can tell from all the ripples on the surface of the water, our hippo has been quite active himself as well. Lots of flicking of dung, swimming about. I think it's only a matter of time before he hauls himself up onto land and begins his missions for the evening. You can hear quite an increase in bird activity as well. A few red-billed oxpeckers trying to land on his head for a drink. Maybe they've chosen another option though. And certainly many other bird species singing just as the sun begins to set here on the Sabi Sands. Sort of the final announcement before everybody, all of these various species disappear off to bed.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Tingana has been affectionately known as the Duke of Djuma for many years, but his path to the throne was not an easy one. Mvula was a legend from the south.
This is the cat that I'm pretty sure Tingana was sniffing around for. That is Mvula. How exciting is this?
Eventually, Mvula lost, but his young son Quarantine started to push through from the east. At the beginning of 2018, an intruder arrived. His name was Hukamuri.
honey badger the most endangered species in Africa at present? Now, that is an extremely good question. I'm actually not certain. I'm going to have to come back to you on that. We have a number of species that are totally endemic to one location. I would think it would be one of those. There is a tiny species of chameleon that I was chatting to somebody about recently, called the Mount Gorongosa chameleon. It lives on one mountain in one place in sort of north-central Mozambique. Think of what might happen if a fire broke out on the side of that mountain. That entire species would be lost forever. Very limited to a few hundred individuals in the habitat. Honey badger, I will come back to you with a proper answer. That's an extremely good question. Yeah, we had a whole herd of elephants. I presumed they would come down for a drink, but they have other plans. So I think let's head back over to Cedric now to check on what's happening in that sighting of Mareeps.
Thanks, Nadine. The 3 clowns in the area. Well, definitely, clown number 1 is on screen, old Mareeps. He's now just really enjoying a good old sleep there, but now and again he opens his eyes and just checks where we are. And every time he looks, when he stares and his eyes open, it looks like he watches right through us. But yeah, he's definitely got some flies that's bothering him at the moment. And you just can see those shoulders. Now, out of most predators, this is your strongest cat when it comes pound for pound. They pretty much can hoist double their weight up into a tree. So you'll find easy that on a leopard many years ago, actually, Mvula, that actually hoisted a baby giraffe. So, I mean, a baby giraffe is about 140 kgs, and that was dead weight, and putting it in its mouth and hoisting it up into a marula tree, and that is powerful. I mean, really, you take 140 kilograms into your mouth, or not even your mouth, put it on your shoulders, it won't even get to the tree. So, yes, it is just incredible how powerful cats. See how Mareeps looks at us, that eyes. They look right through me. Yeah, he's got like really beautiful eyes. Yeah. And one leopard that had beautiful eyes was Mvula. I think he had the most stunning eyes out of all leopards I've seen. Cat lover, have I ever seen a leopard with very few spots? No, cat lover, not me personally. I don't know if anybody else has. But no, to me the rosettes have always been pretty much normal on the leopards that I've seen around here. I know that they have picked up on a black panther or black leopard further north. I know Jonty. It was Jonty, yeah. I think he took a photo of a melanistic leopard, of course, where the melanin is quite high in the pigmentation. But I think where you'll find when the sun hits their coats at a certain angle, you'll actually see the rosettes. But of course, they haven't got that gold color. It's completely black. It's completely black. Now, you must remember the black panthers in South America. If you're looking at the genus, it's all part of the Pantheropodes family. And all the Pantheropodes, and then of course where it changes, it's the race. So it is actually the area where that leopard is situated, where of course they adapt themselves to, of course, hunt and be in that specific area. That's why you'll find like your mountain leopard as well, there in the Western Cape. Same thing, part of the Pantheropodes family. but it's much smaller compared to our leopards up here. And so once again, changes on the race side, where of course it changes with the environment and what they hunt.
This morning we were driving and suddenly we heard a lot of commotion. I think the wild dogs might have caught an impala then, or the leopard might have caught the impala, and as it was dragging it, the wild dog saw it, started chasing the leopard up into the tree, and then the hyenas came to steal it. But what an incredible sighting.
No, so of course Mareeps just set up now. There was a family of arrow-marked babblers. Maybe you can still hear them in the background. A family of arrow-marked babblers that sat right next to him, pretty much in the tree next to him, and they started babbling away and making that quite a racket and upset his little siesta. While we sit here, there is a little bit of sun, or the sunset is just at a perfect angle now. I think let's head over to Chris in Pridelands to show everybody this stunning, stunning sunset.
We just going to frame up the skyline, this beautiful sequence of trees. As you know, I love trees. I really do like trees. I think I got it from my dad. We both are kind of like tree mad. Always, everywhere we go in the bush, we always look what trees we can find there. It's like a little game who can ID the most trees. I normally win. Now I do. When I was younger, he kicked dust in my eyes more than once. A tree ID. That is beautiful. Each and every different tree species with their own unique shape, own factors that causes their shape, growth, form, stimulus by animals. Tyler, that's a nice question. I've never had that question. That I can remember though. My favorite tree. Okay, let's scratch in my brain a bit. Baobab. Just love baobabs. Why? How can you not love baobabs? We don't have them here. We're a little bit far south. I'm very fortunate to have grown up on a ranch that we used to own. There was lots of baobabs, big ones. That is definitely one of my favorites. And then the good old African ebony, I think it's a very, very handsome tree. The jackalberry that you see a lot of there, Juma. A big old leadwood, also a big contender. I love big old leadwoods. But I must say, if I have to choose one, it's one that likes mountainous areas. You won't find it here. But further east, where I worked in Kruger National Park, along the Mozambican border, on top of the Lebombo Mountains, we found a tree called the mountain mahogany, also referred to as a wooden banana. And this particular tree, Entando phragma caudatum, it's got these long mahogany-like pods, and when they ripen, to reveal the seeds, the outer layer peels off, and it literally looks like a banana made out of wood. It's not edible. So I think that if I have to choose a favorite, that would be it.
Ribbon is the matriarch and has recently been seen with injuries to her body. Corky was the previous matriarch and is believed to be taking back her status. Intima was born to Ribbon in February 2017 and also enjoys a high ranking. Heart is the next rank down, and Endangered is believed to be the lowest rank, easily recognizable by a floppy left ear. 3 brothers named the Avoca males arrived in Juma in 2018. This area had recently been vacated by the Birmingham boys. In 2019, they were seen mating with females from both prides and went on to sire cubs with them. The most recognizable lion in this coalition is Darkmane. Aside from the dark mane that gave him his name, he can be recognized by a distinctive limp.
Now the sun sets out here. Ooh, look at the east there, BK. There's already some clouds building up there as a result of this cut of low that's coming from the west. That looks ominous. Well, let's go back to Cedric and Mareeps to see if they are okay.
Oh, we've got a young hyena that's just hanging around where this kill is. No idea where that youngster is. If anybody got an idea, please let me know. But it's just the young one that's up and down where Mareeps' kill is hoisted into that tree. And of course we got Mareeps. He's just still lying here in the grass and keeping a close eye on that young hyena. But Nadine, I think maybe you're talking about rock fig. I think Chris, if I'm not mistaken, I think Chris's favorite tree is a rock fig. But I might be mistaken on that one. But rock figs are beautiful. First of all, I love rock figs. Oh, a mountain mahogany. Thank you very much, Nadine. Well, that is a very stunning tree. But I enjoy a rock fig. I think figs are beautiful. Even the strangler fig is a stunning tree. So yeah, but mountain mahogany. Nice, Chris. I love your taste in trees. But definitely I did not enjoy the taste in tree where Kushava took the kill in there. So yeah, I think she hasn't got a great taste at all. But yeah, let's head over to Liam. I think he's got a big surprise for everybody.
So a big surprise indeed. Oh my goodness. You would not believe when I looked away from the camera for just a moment, it was facing south. Looked away from the camera for probably 3 or 4 seconds, lifted my eyes up, and Salumba and the 2 cubs were running towards the lens. I could not believe my eyes. Isn't that amazing? Wow! So in the place we were watching squirrels, we are now watching Salumba and her cubs right in front of the dam cam. There's Mum. Oh my word. Wow! Check it out. So rough and tumble. So nice to see these guys playing about out in the open, totally undisturbed. This little leopard family of Juma. Oh my word. This is too cool for words. So they look like they're getting off on the move again. Let's try and stick with them. Wow. Well, this has just made my World Endangered Species Day. So let's link over to Cedric, who has apparently got some action with Mareeps. I'm going to be enjoying this over here.
Yes, we're still here. Fantastic. Salumba and cubs on dam cam. Mareeps having a confrontation here with a young hyena. Bit of a standoff that we just had. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a sunset safari is happening here. And of course, Chris in Pridelands having a most amazing sunset as well with these mahogany, that side, mountain mahogany. So yes, can't ask for a better day and better action in this area. So yes, well done, Liam. Nice to get old Salumba and the cubs on dam cam. But Mareeps is just being Mareeps now at the moment. I don't know what he's doing. He's just rolling over, and the hyena's just about maybe 2 meters off from him. And he's just showing his paw. But yeah, let's head back to dam cam with old Liam and see what's happening with Salumba and the 2 cubs.
So Salumba just slaking her thirst quickly at the little pan, the concrete drinking pan off to the one side of Gowrie Dam. What a spectacular scene, this little cub staring up with irritation at the Egyptian goose making all the noise. Look at that. Our little leopard family of Djuma crossing across the open area. Can you believe it?
In that tree are 2 carcasses. There's a duiker carcass and a waterbuck. Oh, it's not as graceful as... He's a bit hesitant because, well, climbing a tree is not the easiest, but he will get up there eventually. So let's see. There he goes. And look at the power in that. That is a massive 500-pound cat that has just climbed the marula tree and is up in there. How cool is this? I don't know how he's going to do it, but let's see.
You can see the hyenas are far more tolerant of vultures than a lion or leopard would be. Occasionally a hyena will bite sort of a couple of tail feathers out of the back of a vulture, but I've never actually seen them, even once they've caught one, actually kill it. Oh, there we go, nearly got him.
Vivian, I could not argue with that. What a special day. My goodness. So yes, I think Salumba and the 2 youngsters have cut off a little bit further behind the branch, or the trunk of this leadwood tree, but that is okay. I am so thrilled with that view. My goodness, you just never know what's going to happen on dam cam. So I think now, speaking of Salumba and family, let's head back over to Cedric with Salumba's little brother, Mareeps.
Yes, definitely Salumba's little brother, and he's still resting here. I think there's no hyenas approaching her anymore. As you can see, we are in infrared. The sun has gone down. It is getting quite dark now, so we have switched over to our infrared mode, which is nice. At least we don't have to put any spotlights on them and keep them in a natural way. But he is in a very natural way. He is almost like kind of bent in a U form. I don't know what he's doing, but I'm sure he'll roll over again just now. You can see his tail is still going. Still trying to swipe one or two of the flies that's bothering him around there. But yes, nice to have Salumba and the two cubs. I don't know, I think when we lost her this afternoon and she dropped down into that drainage line, I'm sure she went to go and along the Molawati to recover her cubs from somewhere there. As I said, she's a specialist at that. While we still sit here with Mareeps, let's head back to Chris in Pridelands to see how the sunset is going on his side.
Look at that, just how these colors intensifies. And that is just real art, isn't it? It's like I said the other day, I do a lot of photography and I like to photograph sunsets. It's something I do quite often. But again, is it my art or is it just me capturing nature's art? Makes you think, eh? Who are the artists here? I mean, if you go and draw this, yeah, you can probably claim that. Sounds like there's some action on Dam Cam. Let's quickly go over to Liam.
So what a moment to come back live to us. Not the most pretty, but certainly an interesting one. Our hippo is up on land, and that was a bit of territorial marking. So defecating and simultaneously wriggling his tail quite violently, flicking it high and low, up all over the show, in an attempt to tell everybody else in this environment that this is his home. If you are another male hippo, you are not welcome. It also says to any female, I'm the top bull in this area, and you're more than welcome. Come on in. Such a bizarre animal to see up on land. Yeah, you'd be forgiven for thinking he'd be quite clumsy and quite slow on those short legs and with that big belly. But make no mistake, this animal is fast. Fast and formidable. Capable of outdoing even the finest human sprinters. I think the fastest humans on Earth get up to about 35 kilometers per hour, a hippo, 45. With jaws that can open to almost 180 degrees, and a bite so powerful, he has the ability to cut a smallish crocodile into 2 pieces. Stay out of the way of the hippo. So let's head back over to Cedric. I think things are hotting up with Mareeps.
Yes, Mareeps has just gone up the tree now. He's just trying to drag this kill now out of this tree because it is quite an awkward tree to feed from. So he did drag most of it down. Now it's hanging. So I think I'll see what he's going to try and do. Maybe he's going to try and pull the rest out of it. But it looks like it is wedged at the moment. Let's see if you can get this right. But at least he's in a better position in a not in a great way, but than it was earlier. Because if he has to drop that entire kill now, the problem is hyenas will pick up on that kill falling to the ground very quickly, like this morning when the stomach contents fell, the stomach itself hit the ground. 5 hyenas were there in a flash. So I think as well for him now, he must just hope that that kill is wedged nice enough that it won't fall completely to the ground. Yes, he has one hyena already here, because I hear the rustling. Oh, yeah, see the hyena's at the bottom. The hyena just came to the bottom of the tree.
Hyena and hippo walking side by side. Terror etched on the expression of little hippo. Look at this! Last mad dash! Hyena running along beside it. Baby hippo, jaws gaping. It's gonna make it. It's gonna make it. It did it. The baby hippo, against all odds.
Hukamore. Oh, here's an impressive looking male leopard. Look at that neck on him. He just looks ready for a fight.
This is only the 3rd time that we are seeing him that is known as the Hukamori male, and he certainly has a lot of character and atmosphere.
This is gorgeous. Hukamuri having a drink at one of the little seasonal pans.
Isn't he absolutely gorgeous? Compact, powerful, focused. I love it.
Mareeps is still busy feeding on quite a bit of it, still quite a bit of that hind quarter of that impala, as you can see. But if he does lose it, oh, here comes another hyena. There's 2 coming in now. See, because of that, the rustling of the tree, and I think that's definitely alerted the hyenas that were in the vicinity that something might happen, and there might be food to snatch up on. I don't know who this is now. I'm just trying to figure out, see who this female is. Looks like maybe even Swazi, eh? I'm trying to see all the way this side. Well, Hart, Ribbon, June, they were all here this morning. Well, Hart was here as well this afternoon. Linda, yes, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us. So we had the Royal Leopard family, yes, indeed, and the Royal, Mareeps, so you're really going to balance on that. And yes, the Royal Hyena family. What are you going to do here? This is going to be interesting to see how he's going to, he's seeing now. Okay, this is going to be interesting. I just want to see how he's going to maneuver around with a skill. I think due to the tree that Kushava took the kill up into, it actually made it more interesting because it made the leopards do stranger maneuvers in a tree than normal, as it is the real small branches that they're hanging onto and standing on. Luckily, the bush willow is a very strong wood. If it was something like an apple leaf, that would have given away a long time, or even a marula tree. That thick, I think that branch would have broken a long time ago. But luckily these bush willows are quite robust trees. Oh, this hyena almost. Sorry, hyena came here right next to my leg. I think it looks like it's Swazi, if I'm not mistaken, that other hyena that was walking around, but unfortunately they are going into the distance. Was it in the belly? Okay, sorry. Yeah. Very difficult to see at night time here, but thank you very much, everybody. That it was in the belly that came in as or the second hyena that came in here. So yeah, thank you very much for that. And what are you going to do now, Mareeps? You're putting yourself in definitely a peculiar situation here, looking down at the hyenas while they mosey up and down beneath him.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, and have a look, here comes Osana with the monitor lizard.
Osana, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Osana at the moment.
Yeah, no, check these hyenas just below him. As you can see why he's growling and hissing a bit there. Yep, that is. I think he's definitely put himself in a very peculiar spot and position. As I said, 2 feet are sitting on a thin branch at the back. No support in the middle, and 2 feet, 2 paws are sitting on a branch in front of him, which is very small. So, yes, just like the gymnastics. I don't know what kind of what gymnastic one you call that. It's got those thin bars where they do that swinging and all that. So yeah, he's definitely doing a gymnastic trick here. But yeah, let's head over to Chris to see how he's doing at Brightlands.
Certainly an artwork, isn't it? And it's the same spot where we were. I just can't leave here. I just had to sit here and just wait this whole sequence out. And just look at that color. It is just, I cannot describe it. I think the camera is probably not even doing it justice. And by that, I'm not meaning BK. I think what I probably meant to say is you have to witness this for real in order to truly appreciate exactly what is unfolding here. Virginia, thank you very much. Virginia says she does understand 100%. It is a word that I can. I'm trying to think back, how many sunsets have I witnessed and took it for granted? Just days like this where you just sort of reset and sort of like, hey, you know what, I'm blessed. I've got a career that I follow and this is my job. These little moments that are just reminding you why you got into this. Anyway, let's head over to Cedric to see if he also had a reset after that lovely sighting of woody-eared Mareeps.
Definitely. I was just, Odie and myself were just chatting now. It's a Friday evening. Can imagine being in one of those big cities in Johannesburg with a hustle and bustle going on. And yes, we're sitting here pretty much with the most stunning sunset in the background and with a funny male leopard that's trying his best to do some gymnastics in this bush willow with two hyenas that's just busy moving up and down below him, looking for any little scraps that he has dropped from the kill that's just above him there. So yes, can't ask for a better setting, can't ask for a better evening. I know that there is a bit of a front that's going to be hitting us tomorrow, and I think a bit of rain that's coming through. But you never know, sometimes the weather can change also quite quickly, and we might have a fantastic sunny day tomorrow. But yeah, let's see. I guess that's tomorrow's problems. Definitely not our problem now. The only problem here is old Mareeps' problem to try and reposition himself.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have.
Look at that.
If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Yeah, I wonder how much longer Mareeps can hold that position. I don't think for much longer now. Leopard lover, have I ever witnessed a leopard hoist onto a building? I'm sure you're talking about hoisting a kill onto a building. No, leopard lover, I haven't seen that. I've seen a leopard hoist inside of a lodge in a tree, but not on a building itself. I think on a building, it's not going to be a perfect platform for hoisting a kill. I think if a leopard has to hoist it onto a building, it's going to be in the open. Something that a leopard doesn't like to show off. It doesn't want to show vultures that there is a kill. And I think as well there is no kind of, forks in a building, so you can't really, hoist it and get it fastened into a building. Oh, what's it? He's almost falling out, yeah. So no, I haven't seen that leopard lover, and no, I'm very happy to rather keep it natural into a tree. But yeah, well, maybe you've seen it happen before, but I haven't seen that. I think he wants to feed us onto this kill, but typical with young male leopards. Saw there in the west, this young male Klambela as well. He was also almost the same age as what Mareeps is now, and he used to hardly ever really catch anything by himself. He used to always chase females off their kills, or if there was something that died of a natural cause, he would be feeding on it as well. But hardly really did any of his own hunting when he was at that age. But that's when we saw him. I'm sure he did his own hunting, just none that we did witness. So yeah. But I think he'll finish up on this kill tonight and he'll move off. Which direction? I'm not too sure. Maybe north, maybe he'll head back into Torchwood again. He has been spending quite a few days up that side. or he could be going back west, maybe towards Little Gowrie again, the area that he knows quite well. I think he's just... Yeah, I think Dam Cam for Mareeps at this point in time is a little bit far. I think heading all the way to Gowrie Dam is, I think it's a bit a bit far for him to get to that side. Plus, a lot of pressure. If Temba is still that side, and if I also remember Tavangumi is also in that area. So I think there's a lot of pressure with young male leopards north of Gowrie Dam, northwest of Gowrie Dam areas, and of course Molawati, the dominant male of the area. So I think maybe it might be a little bit safer down this side, because I know Molawati does come into this area, but not often. As well in towards a net side is Irefield male coming in from Mala, coming in from the southern side, that he'll head towards into nets, and that's just south of us. I think Irefield, is that Irefield? I think that's the name of that male leopard that comes in from Mala, northern areas of Mala. If you are a Wild Earth explorer, we have exciting news for you.
The winner of this month's prize giveaway will win a hamper full of Explorer merchandise.
Like this fantastic t-shirt that comes in plenty of great colors, a very useful tote bag, or even a cap.
For those in the southern hemisphere that's heading into winter, a sweatshirt to keep you warm.
Head over to the Wild Earth Explorers page. Sign up to be a Wild Earth Explorer and you could win all of these goodies.
Wild Earth, it's in your nature.
Alright, so we're going to just spend the last couple of minutes here with Mareeps, as we do need to pull out from this area and head slowly back towards the Chuma side, to the campsite. So we're just going to spend the last few minutes, see what happens here, and enjoy the moment with him. What a pleasure today, this morning's drive and this evening's drive, just to have some quality time with this precious boy. And I think it is really something special for me to sit here and just witness his behavior, his character. And I think this little one is, I can't even call him a little one anymore. I think this boy is going to be definitely a formidable male. Wherever he's going to end up, he's going to be definitely a formidable male and a fantastic male to view. He's still just looking. I wonder how long he will sit like that. Nancy, good evening. Thanks for joining us on our beautiful sunset safari. I did not get the comment, sorry. Sorry, Nadine, that just went right over my head. Please repeat that comment from Nancy. Seeing Mareeps has definitely been a treat. Nancy, for sure. For sure. As I say in Afrikaans, verseker. That has definitely been a treat. I think that's why I would rather spend so much time just sitting and watching him. I can spend the whole day watching him. It will not. Oh, I think he might be moving there. But think, yeah, I can spend the whole day watching him. I think he's just a character on his own. And I'm sure a lot of viewers know his ways and his antics that he's been up to since he was a cub. Well, it looks like he's getting some way of tucking in there now. I think he's decided to start plucking. Typical with leopards, of course, their stomach enzymes ain't as strong as hyenas and even as lions. So what they do, they'll first pluck their prey and pluck the fur off, or if it's a bird, pluck the feathers and then feed. Mulwani, what is a leopard in Afrikaans? Very easy. Leopard. Leopard. So it's leopard. If actually funny, if I have to translate it into English, a leopard is a lazy horse. But of course, it doesn't have anything to do with that. But yeah, it's a leopard in Afrikaans. And of course, in Shangaan, we'll call it an ingwe. Ingwe. Actually, a lovely name, that. I love that word, ingwe. You can see how he's just plucking away, getting all that fur off. He doesn't want to eat that fur. And of course, they will swallow a lot of fur when they do eat the meat and that, but that's when they'll cough up like a hairball. Very good at that. Hairball. But yeah, well, we're going to start slowly but surely making our way out of the sighting. Let's head back to Liam on dam cam and see what action he's got there.
My goodness, what an exciting afternoon it has turned into here in South Africa's Leopard. I'm still reveling in the excitement of having Salumba and the two cubs suddenly pitch here on the scene at Gowrie Dam. Peace has fallen here though, and not much activity to speak of. However, my eyes are turned skyward at some of these incredible cloud formations. The forecast is that we are in for a soggy weekend indeed. There is some serious water up in that sky. Who knows, maybe that will be the last rainy patch of our wet season. This dam cam really provides a wonderful opportunity should any animal come down, because we view behavior that you may not usually get to see, even in the presence of a safari vehicle.
Find a way into the kill to eat, get their fill in there as well. But they're also going to be told off. See, lions are not great at sharing their food. Okay, guys. Let me just taking frustration out on the other lion, but you see, it was interesting.
In the woodlands of Juma lives a lion pride with a taste for buffalo.
Look, 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 this is insane. Now, this is what I was saying about lions and buffalo. It's absolute pandemonium.
WildEarth have been privileged to follow the Nkuhuma pride for many years. One of the most loved cats in the pride is Amber Eyes. She was not successful in rearing her first 2 litter of cubs and was seen as an aunt to the other youngsters. Then eventually, towards the end of August 2019, we found her with 4 tiny cubs of her own.
So I think I think we're probably going to head back to Cedric to do one more segment with Mareeps. And in about 5 or 10 minutes, myself and Eagle will be joining you out in the bush for a little bit of a drive before we have to end the show for this evening. So
you can see the young hyena still just moseying up and down at the bottom of the tree. Well, Mareeps is still just feeding. Well, you can see the leaves and branches falling down. But Mareeps is just still feeding there. But I think if Mareeps does drop that kill that he is busy feeding on, I'm sure there's another one, Dabele, other hyena that is around here. She'll be in here very quickly. And I wonder, I don't think he'll challenge him too much then. It'll be a little bit risky for him. But then again, you never know, especially with Mareeps. He does have that, he's definitely got those stars on his shoulder at the moment for doing things that you least expect. Oh, as you can hear, busy eating on that impala. Trying to get his foot right there. Oh, you can hear him crunching away. I think he's trying to get as much as possible. Definitely climbing into that kill now. Crunching. But let's just listen. Let's take a couple of minutes and listen to him feed. You can hear him cutting through the flesh and using those carnassier shears, those like modified molars, like acting like scissors. They're really cutting through the flesh. That's my boy. Hopefully he gets enough food in tonight before that thing falls. I'm hoping that he falls that belly up. It's not hanging on by much. It is forked into like the horns of the young male impala. I think the skull. You could just barely see it, but it looked like maybe that was the part of the kill that was actually lodged into a fork of the tree, and that is just helping that impala from not falling down at the moment. It's hanging on, as you say, on a thread. Literally hanging on a thread at this point in time, as you can just see there.
All WildEarth explorers have a chance to join our naturalists in a monthly fireside chat. This is a great way to learn more about our guides, animal characters, and wildlife locations. We would love to hear from you as to the topics that interest you the most. Email us your ideas or tweet using the hashtag WildEarth, and we will be sure to take them into account when planning our evenings around the fire in the future. WildEarth explorers, it's in your nature.
Look at that, there's a tiny leopard cub. Kruger has given birth overnight. Look at the little guy, we just came around the corner. That is incredible, that's probably his first solo kill.
Oh, that is wonderful. I and have a look, here comes Hosanna with the monitor lizard.
Hosanna, of course, at the same time decided to go climbing up the tree. He's just nearly fallen out of it again.
Look at that, he's running away. The buffalo is chasing Hosanna at the moment.
Yes, Danny. Good evening. I agree with you. Find a better tree, Mareeps. Unfortunately, it was not Mareeps' fault. You can put this blame onto Kashava. She's the one that chose that tree. But then again, we don't know why she chose this tree. I've got a feeling that she was chased up by hyenas, and she took the closest tree, and she hoisted that young male impala. And yes, well, on top of it, we got very interesting gymnastic leopards over the last 2 days in this tree. So it's very nice to see them, pulling off their moves, and just shows how agile these cats are. And it's actually a very good sign on when people always say, "Yeah, but do they choose specific trees?" Well, clearly, you can see that this tree was chosen, but I'm sure not by choice. But yeah, let's head over to Liam, and finally, they are mobile on Wendy.
So good evening. Igor and myself are here out on Wendy after an action-packed afternoon on the dam cam. No regrets there, but still very nice to be out and mobile. We're having a little bit of a scratch around for Salumba. While Igor was getting the vehicle ready just a moment ago, he heard impala alarm calling up here. Of course, we cannot view the cubs at night, but you never know, maybe we will come across the lovely Salumba out on her own. Stranger things have certainly happened, so we will bumble a bit and see what's what. But yeah, it sounds like a beautiful, exciting, well-rounded afternoon all round, with leopards coming out of our ears, and much excitement from pridelands as well. Very cool indeed. Yeah, and what a way to celebrate World Endangered Species Day and shed a little bit of light on the struggles of so many threatened species. Just as I was wrapping up on Damcam, Cedric answered a question about Ivan, we absolutely do. So I'm thinking more specifically of two larger species, something called the blue buck, and another probably better well-known species called the quagga, which was essentially a subspecies of plains zebra, but which had very, very minimal striping. It was sort of like a white horse donkey with stripes on its rump. It's worth a Google if you don't know what that is. Quagga, quagga. But through some really interesting processes that I don't profess to understand completely, selective breeding, I think, of plains zebra who exhibited some of those traits. Now they've actually managed to at least visually bring the quagga back. So while it isn't genetically a quagga, phenotypically, at least physically, it looks like a quagga. Yeah, worth a Google. Pretty amazing stuff. I'm certain that there are lots of birds, lots of smaller stuff that we have in fact lost. But obviously it's the big stuff that we find easier to remember.
My name is Tessa. I studied animals and insects, and I specialized in African vertebrate biodiversity. But first and foremost, I am a naturalist here at WildEarth. What inspired me to become a naturalist was a combination of a childhood love and passion for wildlife from our family holidays. It just became this amazing passion, and it ignited this fire that just would not go away. To me, the skills that a naturalist should have would be that passion, making sure that you know why you've got that passion and keeping it going no matter what. The determination to never give up, because it's not the easiest place to be, but I can tell you in my experience it's the best place to be with the biggest differences that you can make. If I could be any animal, I think I would be a leopard. To me, they're the perfect combination of elegance and power and determination and independence, and yet just so beautiful.
Jason, thanks very much for the welcome. It is good to be out. I think we're going to loop over the dam and see if by some chance they haven't crossed through Djuma Camp itself and maybe popped out towards Galago Pan somewhere. You never know. Again though, we unfortunately can't ethically view Salumba and the cubs, but if we did bump into Salumba on her own, which we may very well, she's off hunting on her own this evening, we could happily. So let's see what we can do. We've got 10 or 12 minutes left, but pressure makes diamonds. Before I left the dam cam, I heard Cedric answering a question. I'll apologize, I can't remember which viewer by name asked it, but Cedric answered a question about whether or not he had seen a leopard hoisting a carcass up a building. Now, when I worked in the western sector, we dealt with a beautiful male leopard on the Ulusaba property called Ravenscourt. The Ravenscourt male. He inherited his name from his mom, the Ravenscourt female. I believe the question was fielded by Leopard Lover. Thanks, Nadine, for forwarding that. So anyway, this Ravenscourt male inherited his name from his mom, who was actually killed when he was only about 11 months old by the Nyeleti male. So very, very unfortunate state of affairs, but against all odds, this young Tom rose to success, has become one of the leading males in the West, a phenomenal force. But the magnificent Ravenscourt used to routinely kill impala around our lodge and actually drag them up a long staircase to the upper floor, the upper deck of our tennis court pavilion. A really horrifying thing to have to clean up. I wouldn't want to be a housekeeper in the Sabi Sands. But yes, I have seen leopard on multiple occasions take food up a building. I've actually got a picture of him on my Instagram, sat on the deck like he owns the building. Quite amazing. It's good to be king. Yeah, leopards are such masters of just kind of capitalizing on whatever environment they are actually in, whether it is tropical forest or dry desert, even beaches. I've heard of leopards feeding on the penguins at Betty's Bay. Leopards will always find a way. They make themselves comfortable, often in the shadows, eating whatever is there, and making themselves quite at home. I think it's one of the things that makes them so special to view. Highly adaptable. So we've got a very, very strong scent of elephant dung in the air. I wish we could transmit that scent to you. It's not really a stinky smell if you've ever spent time around horses. It's different to horse dung, but it's like not a bad smell. It's got good connotations.
I'm not going to come too close because I know you got your babies. And hello, you old friend. Isn't she spectacular?
Oh, look, it's just too special. She's such a fantastic mother.
Look at that, isn't that incredible?
My heart rate has gone up slightly. In fact, it's gone up quite a lot. This elephant is now 2 meters from us. Okay, we might have to move here. No? Yes. Sorry, my friend, but you're about to push that onto the car. You see how cross he was that we didn't want to watch him push the tree over. That's why we moved.
Lady Goo Goo, I would say, wake up, coffee, rinse, repeat. Wake up, coffee, drive, rinse, repeat. It is, that's perhaps simplifying it a little bit too much. My days are super exciting. Obviously, I get to call this place my office. Best office in the entire world. I think Igor would confirm that. It's never a bad day spent out in nature. Yeah, the possibilities are endless and no 2 days are ever the same. Yeah, got to love it. It's difficult even to call this a job in many ways. I think you've got to be extremely passionate about it. In many ways, I think it's a calling.
My favorite thing about WildEarth are the animals and the interaction and the ability to wait and watch and not rush off. You get to watch their behavior and learn about the individuals. I would like to see the hyenas at the hyena den, and I have. Look at that. If I could be any animal, I would be a cheetah. I would love to run fast.
Our Western Cape coastline is graced with the Cape fur seal. This playful species is curious and entertaining. At Hout Bay Seal Rescue Centre, seals in need are rescued, fed and nursed back to health by our well-trained team of dedicated staff and volunteers. This wonderful legacy of the centre is continued as these protected creatures are rehabilitated and released back into the wild.
Dark mane lover, the pleasure has been ours. What a wonderful drive it has been. Yeah, I can't say that we very often have a bad day. I don't really have many bush bad days in my memory. I think they are so overwhelmed by the amount of good, awesome, unbelievably exciting days that we have, but today was especially good. So I think let's head over to Cedric to hear his summary of his day in a sentence.
Yes, definitely. I think a day like this, a sunset safari with so many different things, 4 different leopards, and hyenas, elephants. I think this day has been a bad day in the bush is better than a good day in the office, I think, and that's exactly how I can feel. I think today has been incredible. Zach, yes, definitely it has been an incredible drive once again yeah, on WildEarth on our sunset safari. It was a special day. It was World Endangered Species Day as well. So it was also a very special day for that. And all shout outs go out to the people that is trying to protect and serve our wildlife and our nature. And I think I almost want to get into tears here because it's been one of those special days for me, especially getting to see Mareeps again, the Hyena family coming through like that and coming towards where Mareeps was. Dam cam this evening with Liam, with Salumba and the 2 cubs coming to drink there. It has just been a wonderful day here in the bush, and I definitely can't disagree with Liam any more than saying that it is a privilege to be here to show everybody these amazing things that we do have here in our African bush, and that we can still view them at their wildest, but allowing us into their personal space and to understand more about our species that we do have here. So yes, special day, and I think a special shout out to Chris and BK in Pridelands. What a wonderful team that is, that side, climbing those koppies. It does take a special person to really get on foot and getting into those rocks. And of course Liam and Igor at the end as well, and Liam with Dam Cam. And I can't forget Owen, of course, behind the camera with me today, and myself, and the wonderful Nadine as our director at FC. She was magical today, kept us on our toes as well. But just want to say thank you to everybody. Our whole WildEarth team would like to say thanks for joining us on our sunset safari today. And please don't forget, join us again on our sunrise safari tomorrow morning. And hopefully we can be showing you more action, more entertainment. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful evening.
And carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.